Yeah, the change was only for feudal guys. That one I think is uploadable. That was a sick game. I like that game. This is the best building the Japanese have. We were deceived. Dude, I can't say we were deceived without thinking of the cinematic from Star Wars. You know the one from the Old Republic? We were deceived. So, let me open Mr. Ari's data. So we can squeeze this one in ASAP. Which game was it, Don? Which map, rather? Sorry, Falcon, right? Was it Dry Arabia or Hillendale? Best map. Got it. So Hillendale. Dry Arabia? Are you one of those people? You buy into that? I'm telling you, you guys are going to be sick and tired of it after you get a full exclusive tournament of it. And that's when I spring the meme maps on you. It's terribly imbalanced sometimes. I mean, dude, it's funny because like the amount of times I'm like, I think tournaments would be better if like it was just Dry Arabia. I'm like, huh? Dude, like, if you just play the same maps over and over again, one, boring, but two, it actually creates a gatekeeping, like, element, because newer players, like, can't compete because they're just behind. They don't, like, they can't even try to get on par with the experience of running the mutation millions of times, right? Dude, I love the fact that we still in tournaments keep adding new maps. Like, oh my god, Socotra was such a joy. Alright, so Dry Arabia, right? You think new players can compete on Holy Island? No, because Holy Island has like been figured out. Like the experience there that exists. The thing that I've highlighted is like the argument that gets made is like it should be what you can do on ladder, right? To balance things out. And also because that relates to what players can do. Okay, so here's my point then. I don't think the issue is that with that case we should only be using what's on ladder. I think what should be happening is the devs should be looking at what works in tournaments going, oh actually, yeah, no, you know what? That should be on the ladder. That's a really cool map. Like, the devs should have been looking... I think Socotra... Is Socotra on the ladder? Maybe in unranked? But they should be looking going, damn, that's a really good map. Why have we not added that? That's what I want out of the devs. I think that's a much more positive outlook for AoE4. You don't think more maps favors new players or part-time? That's not entirely true. There is an argument of permutations, right? So, like, you know... The part-time player, the catch there is they need to get a scrim partner, which I think if you're trying to be even semi-serious about being a pro, you should anyway, right? But once you have a scrim partner, like you can discover strategies. Like think about some of the... I know WAM is a bad example in Puppy Paw because they're like hard grinders. But the strategies they found, right? Like that's the type of crafty stuff you can get. I remember when I was casting Bearmorph the other day, there's like the way they call it in StarCraft 2 is that you have the Iterator and the Innovator, right? And it's kind of that logic. Like, Mr. is a part-time player, right? But why is he a G? Because he sits there Fury crafting ridiculous builds. So I think there's an argument that, you know, if you don't have that, if you just had Dry Arabia all the time, I mean, A, it is boring. I think it's boring. I think this map is overrated. But B, it's like, the person who plays this all the time, and has done so for 2 or 3 years already, is going to, the vast majority of the time, always dunk on the newer guy, right? I think that's a fair point. That's why I'd like to see more map rotations more frequently, more new maps arriving. And none of this BS around, oh man, we can't for legal reasons. It's not. It's because you created a really flawed system between 1v1s and team games. And because you want to generalize your maps between 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4, you can't bring in, say, a Holy Island or a Frisian Marshes because they're designed for 1v1s. Guess what? I think it's finally time for the developers behind Age of Empires 4 to admit this philosophy of all-encompassing maps does not work. It has never worked. Remind me how many 4v4, 3v3 maps actually look like they're meant to, the way they were designed for 1v1s. How many of them have good dynamics? Because I still think Gorge is like one of very few maps that, in team games, works well. But a lot of the other maps, dude, like Lipany, to try and tell the difference between Lipany and Dry Arabia in a 3v3 or 4v4 lobby. Gorge gets better in team games, I agree with, because it has a function, a dynamic, right? But like, there's not many maps that target that, right? Anyway, should we get ready for this game? I think the problem with Gorge, by the way, is like in 1v1s, it was really fun at first, but now that people figured out how to survive the other game, I think late game Gorge is quite Resident Sleeper because it always turns into a Wall-a-thon, right? It's a bit awkward. There are some hype late games, but I think there's a lot of them that's like, I've seen this before. Maybe that's the case everywhere, though. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but yeah. I used to be like over the moon with Gorge. I was outraged they took so long to add it after Red Bull. But it's like now that I've had a lot of it, I'm like, I feel like we need it to evolve a little bit. But let's get ready to go. Donald has returned, and it's time to bring the duckening. That's right, Donardi on the Deli going up against Falcon on the HRE, who I think is a prolific HRE spammer, if I understand this correctly. We are going to be on Dry Arabia. We are on the ladder here. Welcome back to the AOE4 action for that very reason. And what the... Good sheep haul already coming out from the HRE player. Sitting at 15 sheep to the 11 of Don. That's surprising, typically because when you're playing as the Deli, on average, you should have more sheep, right? Because you're able to cover more of the map. You don't have to come back home for the drop-off. But Falcon, I'm just checking his data here because I noticed a little bit of memery in the chat around him. So I'm assuming when I open his profile, I'm going to see... No! Okay, there's a lot of HRE, Mongol, and Deli. So it seems like he plays 3 or 4 civs. But this is particularly interesting, guys. Because this is a potential passing the baton. Falcon is a Dutch player as well. Donardi is grandpa here, trying to teach his grandchildren all they know so they can go and hunt duck themselves when winter comes. He is the master, and Falcon the Padawan. Wait, is he Turkish? Have I been lied to? He lives in the Netherlands, though, right? He lives in the Netherlands. He's an... wait, no, Sassy, okay, I'm gonna cut you off here, mate. You're wrong. If there's anything we learned from King of the North, it's that you become honorary that country when you live there. So Myriad is British. So we have extra British people in the top rank. And as we know, Dumu is Swedish, okay? So, you know, Dumu, #1 ranking Swedish player in Age of Empires 4. Falcon is looking to be the #1 ranking Dutch player in Age of Empires 4. And those asking about the free-for-all tournament, that is kicking off in 30 minutes. So we'll be switching over to the free-for-all $1,000 tournament after this. The Deli, with this pretty typical opening, right? Stables coming down, nothing out of the ordinary here. I was curious about this placement. Was this a bait from Falcon? The Archon placement, I mean, I guess he got no different value placing it here to here. There's just the potential for stone. I really thought we might have a 2TC build. So it's one of the awkward things with Archon placements is they have to be in range of the TC or you're too vulnerable here. In an ideal world, you wish you could just walk here, drop the Archon here to extend to the gold, and then wall off the back. But, you know, you don't have wheelbarrow usually that quickly, and then there's the risk that only raid comes in before you get the walls up. And then, of course, there's other things like the intermittence of the villagers walking out towards the Archon area. Whereas when you drop an Archon in range of TC, they could immediately be working for you and still be buffed. What's this Civ got go for? So that's an interesting question from Anayori, actually, because a while ago, HRE were favored against Deli with this mass men-at-arms spam into eventual Castle Age build, if you guys remember. That was before Ghazi got added. Ever since Ghazi got added, this matchup started to favor the Deli more. I think HRE have a little bit more punch behind them ever since the Feudal Age got discovered by this Civ. But I think what Don can do here is pretty much just lean into Ghazi, raid, and then eventually transition archers like he's doing, right? It's like you don't even need to bring the archers out. Just send the Ghazi to raid. That will be mirrored by horsemen. Spin will have to stay home to defend. And then over time, you can scale a lead by taking these sacred sites, right? So I think this is another reason why you just see so many Deli players go Ghazi, is whenever Ghazi arrive, your instinct is to hunker down. And by hunkering down, you're giving them free access to the sacred sites. HRE just destroys Deli. With the full feudal in, right? But I think you have to send it. You can't pussyfoot this camp or go fast castle. Looks like he's not going to pussyfoot around. Falcon is moving up. I like these getting into archers. I probably would have liked to have seen this sooner. I think switch to men at arms and farms. Don't think me too quick about that though, right? I think that's something you delay until you've got maybe, what, 12 to 14 farms up, and then you can start spamming men at arms frequently. The question mark is, what has your opponent done by then, right? So Don is going to be moving out on the flanks already to cap the Sacred Site. Love this approach, by the way. He's not going to reveal that he's capturing it. He's going to be going for the wall in, and then he'll come to capture it. That's a pretty cool approach. A lot of players are kind of greedy about this. It does mean you're delaying when you get the value from the play onto the flanks, right? It's going to take a lot longer to start trickling gold, but it makes it a lot harder to contest. You start with 2 farms in Dark Age? Really? That's surely that weakens your horseman timing in the beginning though, right? I feel like, you know, this whole idea of, like, you can go farms, I mean, it's like the classic, I always use classic, you can eat crap. Doesn't mean you should, right? And I think the issue is you always prefer sheep because it allows you to get the initial unit surge out. And also that initial wood is required into the production buildings, right? If it's going into the farms, you're kind of hindering your timing here. Why would you ever make units other than MAA in this matchup? Maybe he's worried about getting raided on the flanks. Do you think from, like, minute 0 he should have just went men at arms? Well, not minute 0, but, you know, like minute 5? I mean, so you can't get raided when you have Raxes, but if you're building men at arms and not spearmen, you can get raided, right? So is it spearmen then men at arms? I think the issue with that, like, idea is surely your opponent just forces you out the base quicker. Maybe what Falcon's thinking here is he needs horsemen because of the wide sacred sites. Because if you give the gold trickle to Delhi, like, it can be somewhat competitive on economy, right? Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we're approaching 10 minutes and Falcon's still on no farms. I mean, he does have the berries buffed in range, but he's going to run out of food super fast. In what? All right, dude, this is unhinged. You're in a matchup against Delhi, and I think this is now just going to, like, lean into Don's favor. Because now you have to still play onto the mid-map for the Sacred Sites, but you're also going to have to play out here to defend. This also splits you on the backside, so, like, scaling more Ghazi now for Don is really good. Because that means he can now just divert attention back and forth between this east side of the base and the west. Won this matchup 5 times doing 5 times doing pure MAA. 3 to 4 spears, 4 archers, and then men at arms. Okay, I can believe, yeah. But that was my point. You do at least start off spearmen as a blocker to the Ghazi play, right? Because I don't think you ever want to just immediately spam men at arms against Ghazi. Because, like, in theory, you know, you can stand there and take a chunker of a fight, but you'll never get that. Whereas marching drill spearmen can at least block the little crevices, little choke points in the early game. Okay, so Don, I'd say he's in a fairly good position overall then. It's kind of wild, actually. So what's Falcon's plan from here? We're scaling a lot of archers, but this doesn't feel great, right? Like, archer on archers, we have to remember, although you can move quick or you have a good economy, that economy is not going to remain good for long. The wood line is being munched through really quick, so you're going to quickly lose that 40% buff. On top of that, your opponent has better archers. Tower of Victory gives that 15% attack speed buff, which it says 20%, but it's actually meant to be 15. Almost feels like Falcon's not doing enough here. It looks like he's trying to, right, with these horsemen, which is good. I think he keeps checking these backsides. But you need to be doing more, right? Just find out where your opponent is and try to dive in there and stab the economy. I feel like it's a necessity whenever you build horsemen. Because if you just sit there, reveal them, and then walk away, your opponent is going to build a counter. Archer and archer trade here. Ghazi are waiting back, and here are the men-at-arms. Falcon starts to get the transition in. Ghazi are going to get blocked by that as well. Spearman, a little bit of an overcommitment, are starting to get sniped down. Ghazi are going to rejoin the fight. The archer trade right now looks better for Falcon, right? Like, I mean, how many we got left here? 17 archers on one side, 18, made that 20 on the other. The men-at-arms are absorbing a lot of the fire here as well. So Donati, slight overextension, misread of the fight, and now he has to run away. It looks like that Horseman raid did take a heavy hit, though. He strikes down a few there, he gets 3 worker kills, but he loses the Horseman mass. So cavalry is the advantage that Don has right now, but Falcon is getting heavier and heavier into the men-at-arms. And finally, at about 12 minutes, we see 2 farms. How quickly can you get this online, though? My only worry is, you know, I guess you can just stop producing archers and go men-at-arms here. Because I think going archers plus farm transition with what little wood is left isn't that realistic. You're going to be running and riding a really fine line there, right? Don. What's his out here? This is kind of tough, right? Usually in this type of game, you like to have all 3 sacred sites locked in and at least, like, you know, 2 minutes of cap time already done. Then you start to feel really cozy. Even if you cap now, you'd be basically trying to finish the game at 25 minutes. And the farm transition will easily be complete by then, right? Which means men-at-arms spam will go through the roof. Feels like Don needs to do something soon. I don't think just sitting on the sacred sites is the answer. Falcon. Wait, he might get the decap. Ghazi gonna have to commit into this, and there are spears. Wait. Ooh, what? Don! Threads the needle. Timing was pitch perfect there. Looked like the decap was going to complete, but Falcon gets a little bit spooked. Has to back away. Villagers also now on the front line. Outpost going to be able to protect them. Don goes in for the commitment. Men-at-arms line is absorbing everything here, by the way. Archers are also fine. Also, the spears on a delay arriving here. Don not immediate on the reaction means all Ghazi go down, and the men-at-arms are still alive. Yeah, that's going to be forced retreat. Damn. Don, I don't think he quite glimpsed that that was coming in on the side there. Also, I don't think Pumba was involved, which is kind of fortunate for Don, because that would have been even worse for him. But this is crazy, right? Like, the archers are just not able to disintegrate. There's 4 ranged armor, so only 2 damage being done. Imagine more men-at-arms. I mean, give him time, lad. He's only on 5 farms. What do you want from an HRE player 15 minutes into the game, huh? He's going after more deer. It's intriguing because it's kind of like Falcon is really focused on the archers. I guess maybe the thought process here is if he went just raw men-at-arms, he would have got kited. I think that's what he's worried about. Slight overextension here. Yeah, Falcon feeling himself a little bit too much here. He has a good position in the game. He's taking some good fights, but you're not far enough ahead that you can just dive towards the enemy base. And especially when you're up against Ghazi, it means punishment on the retreat. So a lot of archers going down here. Falcon is at least getting more men-at-arms queued up here. But that wood line is getting thin, guys. There's not much really left to it. And we're still only 5 farms deep. I feel like this is the type of game where it should have become apparent who's won by now, but it hasn't. Falcon is running out of time to make that farm transition efficient. And now he's starting to trickle troops. Like, when the fights play out this way, it's reasonable trades for Don. He's going to have to retreat now. Archers are quicker here, though, so it's kind of a little bit sticky. Don needs to get more Ghazi in to force a retreat from Falcon. Skulls are also kind of frontlining. Love that detail, actually. That's really smart. 7 skulls in total now for Don. Also has the melee defense coming in soon. Damn. This is crazy, actually. I'm surprised how close this game still is at 16 minutes. With Delhi in it, usually it's defined one way or the other by now. Falcon, only 5 men-at-arms. I mean, he's queuing up more, but it almost feels like you should have additional production on your side. Instead, he went 4 archery range, 3 racks. Look at that. We have got a few more farms being added in, but that is still only 8 farms total. Now the retreat's going to come out. Okay, so this should end up costing him a few scholars. Remember, he did go Tower Victory, so that's pretty expensive. 130 resources per unit. A lot of Ghazi are coming from Dom, by the way. Smart read here. His opponent keeps massing archers and he's trying to mass men-at-arms, so like Ghazi is the solution to both. However, Falcon seems to have gotten a sniff of it. He cleared enough archers that he's confident he can go back to spears, which makes a lot of sense. He's going to have access to a lot of food, not much wood at this rate, right? I think the reason why Falcon went mass archers is the reason why most players do it. It's a very dynamic unit. 1.38 movement speed. If you're going inventory comp, it's the quickest moving unit, right? So from that perspective, between it being the quickest moving unit and also being a ranged unit, is the easiest unit to consistently scale in an army. So I kind of get the logic here, right? It works in most matchups for that reason. And also just insanely cost efficient in the other game, right? Like food is very limited unless you mass farms. Wood is an abundancy near the Archon. Spears have the same movement speed? True, but once again, it's like it's a frontline trader versus a backline, right? And right now, we are like locked pretty heavily into a range meta. This is wild, though. He's just ignoring the Ghazi. Letting the men-at-arms deal with it. The Scholars are actually doing a good job healing. The Falcon starting to break through now. Ghazi count down to just 8. Archers have been wiped off the planet. Spearmen now on the way for Falcon. Damn. All right. I actually think we have a winner now. Dawn, a little bit of a death spiral at this stage, right? Like, you ran out of berries on the map. You're on your deer pack to the north side, and then you have to farm transition because there's nothing left. Farm transitioning in this matchup is a death sentence. This is why the Sacred Sites are so important. Like, when Delhi were able to win this matchup, the logic is you had the extra income to afford to keep inflating army off of trading gold for food. You don't have that here. And although it may not be the most farms, like it's 8 farms, for God's sake, it's infinitely more farms than what Don has right now. Whoa, big boy. Okay, 11, 12, 13 farms. Damn, someone hold this guy back. He's freeing his life before our very eyes here. I've raid coming in. Ooh, good hit from Don. I mean, this was mentioned in the chat earlier, right? It's like this just gives raid potential. In fact, this might not be over. Don has an in. Falcon will look to break away. Does get seen, but he's running towards the spears. However, he's diving deeper. He knows about the berries. But Don, is he going to get this right? Falcon, he's gambling. He doesn't know if he's coming or going. Instead, he's going to be trapped in the corner. Ghazi raid will connect. A bloody big hit at that as well. 6 villagers stuck here. Not for long. Some of them are going to be relieved of the corporeal form. Wait, corporeal form? No, that's where they're going. Of their bodily form. Whoa. A lot of Ghazi going down from Don there, though. I mean, the eco kills are permanent, right? But that still feels expensive. And not just that. There's a reason why Falcon's a little bit weak. Because he's been hoarding. Tech up about to be on the way, and this should be an easy-peasy Rignets game. Meantime, Men-at-Arms spam is diving into the enemy base, and here we go. Tech now on the way. Don hard stuck. He doesn't have access to the food he'd need to rush a castle now. The deer is pretty much down to its final, and only 94 there. We have no farms yet out of Don Art either. I think Don's just dead. Oh, wow. What? Okay, so Donald knows massing farms now is just GG. It's way too slow for his Civ in this matchup. He wouldn't survive it. He's doing something wild here. It's a ram rush. Right? Because we do have siege engineering on the way. Because I feel like if you have to transition farms, you're dead, right? And if it's archers, well, you just don't have the food for archers. I think this is the ram rush. I don't know if you can call it a rush at 22 minutes, but this might be the all-inner. Okay, ignore me. Don, when did you become so normal? Oh. I'm disappointed. Apologies, ladies and gents. I thought we were getting a Don Arty move here. This isn't a Donati move. This is the, oh god, I'm about to die. Let's try to live longer approach. Army's going to march across to trade out before the upgrades come in. Falcon just needs to survive a little bit. Spearman upgrades are on the way. Veterancy for archers is pretty far off, though. I think you just need more men-at-arms here. We actually do have heavy... Wait, what? Of course, heavy maces for the heavily armored units that Donati is going to get in 10 minutes' time. That has to be a misclick. I think he meant to click two-handed weapons. That would have been +2, would have made sense. Wall on the backside is at least going to get denied. But this dive, surely not. I mean, Don, he does have a big military leap right now. But these are now fully powered men-at-arms. They don't die. Archer's also hiding the choke points. The limited damage coming in for the Ghazi now. Continues to trade out here. I think Don's just going to get wiped. The farms just aren't there, right? He's only got one cluster online. He has 8 farms in total. This whole army is irreplaceable. And I think that is actually going to be game. Damn. Okay, kind of a weird back and forth one. From a few of our pros in chat, basically this should have been cut and dry. HRE should have won in about 14 or 15 minutes. But they both at least made it entertaining, but I think it's undeniable at this stage. I don't think Don pulling all the villages would have changed much, but maybe like mass rams. I think the issue is in this matchup, like you can't E-repair, right? You can't deal with E-repair. So like that whole idea against some civs where you just pull the villages, pull the rams, go for a kill, it's less effective against HRE. I think we can probably speed up a little bit now. Don obviously never one to just give up and surrender straight away, but it's undeniable at this stage. The farm count is getting a little bit out of control. We're up to 21 farms now. Men-at-arms spam is just going to win him this game. Don, have you been training Falcon? Because I gotta say, the whole idea of playing out onto the food on the map with HRE like this is very Don-esque. Right? Did anyone else get that feeling watching it now that we think about it? I mean, usually Don has like a Burgrave timing in mind. Maybe that's what Falcon was leaning to, and then he got sucked more into the Feudal Age fights. But you got to kind of anticipate that, because you are up against the Delhi, and it's not often that they want to get out of Feudal Age. They kind of want to keep you stuck there. Again, the backside not going to connect the same way as it once did. And Men-at-Arms numbers are just too big now. I mean, Don, in fairness, he's getting the farm transition going, right? This is buying time, but I think Falcon just realized what this really is. Falcon's reinforcements are just going to cut off the remaining archers, so Raid now hitting to the backside. I think he knows exactly where he's going here. Going to shift to the back, looking for wherever the eco line is. He knows the trees have been cleared. And the moment he glimpses these farms, he's going to know where to dive. Donald, I don't know what your comeback story is now. Too much firepower coming your way, bud. Veterancy is in. It's the +2 range damage as well. So the Ghazi don't really counter the archers anymore. That's going to be a rubber-dub-dub. For the, was it Dutch Turk? Turkish boy living in the Netherlands. Looking to take Don's spot as the top boy waving the Netherlands flag. Train him well, Don. Train him well. Actually, no, you haven't pulled your villages. You're not training him anything. Pretty cool game, though. Nice to see HRE getting a bit scrappy instead of just getting an insta-GG. Although, shame on you, sir, for being a filthy HRE main. I saw the data. What was it? HRE, Delhi, and Mongols. I mean, I respect the Mongols. I think Mongols, if you want to be a pro player, Mongols is a necessity. They're still one of the best civs for competitive play in general. And what I mean by that is, oh my god, HRE is OP. Well, yeah, then they're going to be good competitive right now. But in general, be-all, end-all across the history of Age of Empires 4, I feel like Mongols has been one of those consistent musts in competitive. That lined up perfectly. Free for all's going to start in a few minutes. The 1v1s finish. Whoop, whoop. Well played, Mr. Falcon and Don. Donite is still OG. I mean, are you disappointed as well he didn't pull the villagers? I was like, bro, come on. One sec, need to send a message quick. Yo! What is up, Capoeira? Sorry, Capoeira. My bad. Capoeira at Matamil. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, Prime subs, they're free. They're just sitting there. Don't let Bezos take the money. Let's money launder ourselves. Be like Capu. He just got access to like 30 new emotes. Boom, boom. There we go. Archer Men at Arms backed by Arcan on Wood. Hard to stop in Feudal. Yes. Although what they were saying is you should have just spammed Men at Arms. And yes, use that AMD link. Go check it out, guys. We are working with AMD this week. AMD and Scan are sponsoring us. So check them out. I've been using AMD CPUs for years now, for about 8 years. We have the first gen Ryzen. I had the third gen Ryzen. I'm hoping to talk about getting my hands on the latest gen Ryzen from them. So definitely give it a ganders. They've got some really good deals there right now because you'll get a bunch of games for free when you order on there. They even have some bundles added to that page now, so you can get bigger savings while also getting paid in games in terms of a rebate. And some of them are really good games. You get your hands on Liza P. There's also Warhammer Space Marines 2, which is upcoming. I'm so hyped still for that game, man. Like, as someone who actually enjoyed Space Marines 1 quite a bit, I'll be the first to admit it wasn't perfect, but a damn good game still, in my opinion. Played a lot of the multiplayer as well. I'm hyped to hear the feelings around number 2. Like, a lot of people saying it's giving them kind of a Helldivers vibe, which I'm hyped for. How long until FFA? FFA is about to start, so they're getting into lobby now. What to the Lord of War? So let me update. Make sure the stream tiles everywhere are correct. Boom. So today, guys, we've got another nice mixture of familiar faces and new people to be discovered from the Asian region. And I'm pretty excited for this actually overall because we've been seeing some big upsets, big surprises, especially yesterday was insane. No Europeans make it out of that group. Voldemar and Killjoy both failing to get through, even after Voldemar had that fantastic Game 1 performance. But check this. 194, the Great Unicorn, who's a top 100 player, made it through. Popo, who I'd never heard from before, completely rinsed lobby number 2. And before that, previous day, Opus Joy surprised me as well. Core makes it through from there. And the first Group A was Kyo and Balsoon. Today is one of these 8. Beastie's playing, Hom Senpai, Sanich Khan. Sassy's going to be in there as well. Good luck to him. Tank Sang, SC2, Vura Van, and Scarlet Devil. I would say these two are fairly threatening. And then, you know, these kind of other obvious ones. We'll see how Hom Senpai does. I'm not sure Beastie's going to make it. People are like, what do you mean? Beastie's no G. Well, the problem, guys, is there is a risk that Beastie just kind of gets sent on. Like, if we're being totally realistic, if there was a player that everyone's threatened by and thinks is going to be the most obvious one, it's Beastie. And if all the other 7 players feel that way, and they see an opportunity to screw him over, because realistically you want to win the games, right? And an easy way of winning the game is getting rid of the biggest threat. I think there's a world in which Beastie just gets targeted, yeah. And remember, while collusion is not allowed out of lobby, you can collude in lobby. As in, when you're using the in-game chat to team up with people, that's allowed. That's totally fine. On top of that, there may just already be an underlying thought of we need to kill him in a lot of people's minds without communicating it. That's very feasible. All right, one sec. Just need to update title. I just realized the automatic thing added AMD to the title already. So it's saying it twice. All good. All right, updated it now. Should they wouldn't cross the map to get to... So that was actually surprising. We had multiple games so far in this group stage where people crossed the map to go for a kill. Like, they spanned cavalry and went to the opposite side of the map, which is actually very smart, right? Because it means realistically people aren't going to necessarily jump you in return because you're too far away. And yes, the Don game, I believe, was from a couple of days ago. But what we're doing now is going to be live. So let's have a look. And it is random, by the way. Selection is random. So they're about to start, so we'll be about 5 minutes away from live. But yes, so they random map, random civ choice. In the event of a remake, you have to use the same civ you did before. Desyncs before 20 minutes will lead to a remake with anyone who was still alive. Desyncs after 20 minutes are too bad. Afraid we're not restarting. Unfortunate for you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up. Now that is someone we haven't seen in a while. Is that the legend Adney? How's it going, bud? How you been? It's been a while. Limey. Blast from the past. Shout out to big boy Adney. His map's still relevant after all this time. So let me check our overlay as well, because I need to make sure the things are enabled. Because we have got something custom. Just remembered I'm going to need to update that because I forgot to do it this morning. So let me quickly sort that, actually. I need to quickly add all the new players in. We've got a few minutes, so I've got plenty of time to do so. So Beastie. Senpai. Might need to copy and paste one of these, right? No, okay, they're good today. Yesterday I had a Korean name, so I was like, oh, copy and paste. Delhi's the worst FFA civ? I'm not entirely convinced of that. I think that might be worse. I think Delhi in the late game have some potential because Tower Victory. I wouldn't sleep on Tower Victory. A 20% attack speed buff on hand cannoneers is kind of bonkers if you think about it. Like, mathematically, you do 42 damage, right? So that's like having 8.4 extra damage. That's not bad. And then there's the marching drills. I think people just underutilize marching drills in general in Age of Empires 4. It's actually a really, 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 really powerful ability. And we've got Vuvavan. Put 0 points. And then finally, we'll update Scarlet Devil, 0 points. Looks like we had to crash. Wait, did that count down to 0? I wasn't paying attention. There's no way that was 5 minutes, right? Yeah, I think we're going to have a remake. Yeah, Homs had a crash. All right. All right, guys. So we've got a few minutes to go. Apologies for that. It happens. You know how it is. If you don't like it, ask Microsoft why we don't have a reconnect option and a pause option. Would be nice. Would be nice. Delhi has Lolliphants? That's true. And yeah, don't cheat. Don't give a player any insights on others, for the love of God. Haven't followed the game for months. Damn. Well, hopefully you've been well. Hopefully you've been busy. If you want to get back in the game, or you want to try some of the new RTSs, probably want to check out that AMD link right there. All of you should do that right now. My current PC setup has done me very well. The Ryzen CPU I've got has lasted 5+ years. I want to talk to the MD lads about getting a new one sent out because I gotta admit, Stormgate is kicking my teeth when it comes to the CPU because I stream as well as play on the one system. I'm impressed it actually does this well. Like guys, when I do all this streaming, everything, it's all just with one PC with a 3700X from Ryzen, which is 5.5 years old now, I think. Crazy that it's still doing that well, that we're able to stream smoothly and obviously have the game open, encode all that. And I think we can agree the quality on the recordings is pretty damn high. Oh, sorry, did I say stream? We stream and record. So technically it's doing 3 heavy CPU intensive things. That's wild. Okay, so getting lobbies set up ASAP. Sorry, I'm just getting spammed in the background. But just to recap the rules, the way this is going to work, by the way, guys, is it's a 3-game series. Every kill is worth 1 point. A win is worth 3 points. So, you know, when you're down to 2, if you beat that person, you're going to get a point for that kill, but then also 3 for winning. So, like, the winner will get 4 from that final kill. The way it works is only 2 people are able to qualify through from each of these groups. We already qualified 6 of the final 8 players today. We will round out that roster. And quite funny situation with that one. Tiebreaker rule set. You're going to want to play fast. Because in the event there is a tiebreaker situation, whoever achieved that score first will go through to the playoffs. So yeah, you're going to see, I think, a lot of pressure on people to deliver in game 1 and 2. I think game 1 and 2 are most definitely the most impactful. But you need to make sure you get a good performance, because as we saw yesterday for Voldemar, like when if you have this situation where you have a reasonable start to the groups, which I think had 6 points in game 1, they aren't going to let you get deep, right? Like you're going to get targeted out at least latest point mid-game to guarantee you can't net a 3-point advantage. There are very rare situations where maybe someone helps you to get better, simply because if they are like, first or second, they want to keep the other person first, second, and it like makes a big gap. But that situation is so rare, I don't think it's going to matter here. It's usually going to be standout performances game 1, 2, and then we're looking for big, insane comeback stories in game 3, which, by the way, we got yesterday from Unicom. Unicom had an insane game 3 yesterday. Wait, did they not? They might have re-random their civs, which is weird because that's not what the rules were meant to be. I can't remember who had what last time. Looks like it might be, though. Wait, why is Diakusi in this lobby? Who did he replace? Got Beastie, Hom Senpai, Sanich. I guess Khan dropped out. Sassy's in here, right? Yep, Sassy. Vuvavan and Scarlet Devil are. We've got Khan. Sorry, we've got Khan. Tank dropped out. Okay. Oh, wow. So Diakusi took his place. Beastie had Delhi? Wait, what did he get this time, though? Oof. I don't know if... I mean, that can be better. Like, I actually think French have some really cool timings. Wait, did we get another crash? Oh, Jesus. What? All right, this is a rough start. What have they done wrong? Like, I mean, yesterday, like the last few days, we haven't had many crashes. I think in total, the last ones we've had like, we had one remake yesterday maybe, and then we had the remake drama with Group B once. But like, honestly, I'm gonna check with them because they should. This is the thing. I'm not saying someone is, but they need to be on the same civs. Yeah, I'm messaging the admins now. Because, like, I mean, I'm not saying someone would do it purposefully, but you could do it purposely for this very reason. If we're being totally real about this, right? So that needs to be fixed. That can't be allowed. Oh, dude, that is such a cool looking map as well. It's kind of like a weird mini mountain pass. Like, look, guys. That would have been cool, right? This would have been a hype one. You stay with server maintenance? I'm aware. Damn, that would have been a cool map. I'm kind of gutted about that. All right, I'm messaging some feedback on this because it might be a random again for civs. I don't agree with that. I don't know. Like, you can't. The moment people have seen those civs, you just can't. And also, like, now making them pick the same civ they did before. Like, what's the negative of that, right? They had already randomed it. I think you're just like I said. I hope no one does this, but like realistically, someone could just keep crashing. So we'll see what they say. I think they're getting ready to make a ruling of just using the same civs. I would personally say you should enforce the civs of game number 1, but they might not do that. Naughty boy, not having your data open while playing in tournaments. I'd say it should be like this. Sorry, Sanich, but... So we'll get confirmation with them now. Why not keep playing and the people crash her out? Trust me, it tends to ruin the dynamics. That's why if it's a crash in the other game, yes. If it's a crash in the late game, they actually do continue Cafe. So if it's past the 20-minute mark and you desync, too bad. But like, this is the thing. So like the whole nefarious element of just like crashing because you don't like your civ can't be there if you just use the same, right? But like the thing I was saying is I think in general having a limitation on desync remakes for a series for each player would make sense anyway. The logic there not being they're being nefarious, but the logic being if someone has such sucky internet that they're tapping out every other game, like everyone else shouldn't be punished for that, right? But we'll figure it out. Well, they didn't like the location. I mean, there's always going to be loopholes like that, right? But like I said, I think the rule set, they had most of the important ones in there. And I think I mentioned this the other day. That's just like, that's one thing I would genuinely say is kind of important is like basically you limit the amount of remakes from any other one player causing a desync to avoid most of your issues. Okay, so apparently there's going to be one more reroll. But if there's another crash, they'll have to keep the civs they get. And I'm pretty sure they basically just said that because these guys had already loaded in. Wait, did they all pick? Okay, good lads. They all picked. All right, that's actually good. All right, actually, shout out to the players. I think they just all agreed to continue with the picks they had before. Because, especially in this one, they'd all loaded in. We better get a cool-looking map, though. I'm going to be disappointed if we get a really boring-looking map after that previous one was missed out on. By the way, guys, if you're wondering who's running this, big shout-out to the Vietnamese community, Clearman in particular, who's actually casting this in Vietnamese on the YouTube side right now. So if you understand Vietnamese, go give his casting a check out. But of course, we are going to be covering this in its entirety in English. And thank you. Big shout out to Camian for the gifted sub. You legend. Appreciate you, bud. Yeah, this is, I mean, this has been fun, by the way. If you guys haven't caught the games, they are in the VODs from the previous days. I highly recommend go checking them. I can especially recommend Group C Game 2 and 3. And then also from Group B, Game 1 and Game 2 slapped. Oh, we can get predictions ready, can't we? So is it red, blue? It's always the... Wait, there is only 8 colors to select from, right? So I don't need to double check all these colors are being used. I think it's 8 colors you can pick from, if I remember correctly. Yeah. All right, there you go. Boom. Yeah, Group B... Wait, no, not Group B Game 1. Group C Game 1 is the one you're thinking of. Group C Game 1 was a nightmare for that. That was a very, very, very long game. In fact, let me just update. That's another thing I need to quickly do in the top there. So we want to do Game 1, Group D. Boom. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with this. I wasn't really expecting to have a lot of fun with it, if I'm being totally real, because my experience with free-for-alls from a while ago is that they were very tedious for the first, 20 minutes. Even in Regicide, it felt like it kind of reached that point, but most recently, the Regicide meta seems to be fast, and I'm loving it. What's up, Cozy Wide? Yeah, dude, we stream on Twitch. I always stream to both Twitch and YouTube, so people can watch wherever they want. People who can do either, I always recommend just doing the Twitch side. The reason for that is that YouTube is very hard to track statistics for, to show to sponsors and get sponsor deals, whereas Twitch is a bit more clear. And what is up, Zaphorus? Thank you very much, man. Gotta give me some of that pigeon food, big pog. By the way, food today, got more of that HelloFresh. Yesterday, we had the... Let me open it up. We had a tasty one yesterday. Very healthy one. It was the halloumi one. And yes, DQC is the guy that we've got on this. But, yeah, check these out, guys. So we are sponsored by HelloFresh right now. Be sure to take advantage of that deal that we've got with them, where you can get 10 meals for free on your order. Definitely worth giving it a go for that reason. I also say these are worth doing to get the recipe cards, and then you can make them at home afterwards anyway. I've had the chicken sag curry so far. Highly recommend. This was super tasty. Love this. This is incredible. The other one we had yesterday was the pan-fried halloumi on harissa lentils. This was really nice. I was actually really impressed with this one. Only thing I'd recommend, I'd say add more baby plum tomatoes, but I really love small tomatoes. I think it adds a lot of taste there. And admittedly, Emma's a pussy. She refused to add all of the spice. But yeah, this was really tasty. I like this. Good old halloumi. I imagine today, knowing her, she's probably going to do the teriyaki with some beef, maybe? She moans about spices. She might be a pussy and try to do the beef meatball. Rogan Josh. But yeah, these are pretty good. And also the goos were quite nice. The little lemon cheesecakes. Yeah, this is cool. But yeah, big shout out to them for sponsoring the streams. And I'll let you guys know what I think of the other meals. Yeah, having Diacusi in this is going to be intriguing, right? The guy has a reputation for going pretty deep into the game. Hopefully, he's going to play a bit more aggressive. I think you kind of have to, though, or you get punished. That's true. DQC, I don't know why he changed his name. The Divine name was perfect, right? What was it? Divine Jr. And yeah, agreed, Camin. So that deal in particular, you get it if you've either been on break from your ordering on HelloFresh for a bit, or you're a new customer. I definitely think it's worth people getting HelloFresh sporadically, because when you do get those deals, it works out nicely. So we got 5 meals times 2, right? 'Cause 2 of us, and it was £20, which is pretty damn good. Yo, what's up, Faplop? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. Oh, look at that, 67. You're getting close to the glorious number, mate. All right, looks like we don't have a crash, unless it crashed at the very last second there. I think we might be safe, though. Big pog. Just double checking everything looks good. Do you guys like the point system? Nice little flasher up there. Production value. Wow. All right, give us a good map. Oh, what? What does that look like? Anyway. Yo, this is a sick map. This actually might end up being my favorite generation so far. Welcome, one and all, to the $1,000 free-for-all tournament here. That's right. The Vietnamese community's been busy. War of Lords is underway. Group D, game number 1, and a bunch of familiar faces coming in. From the west, we've got the likes of Beastie in the yellow. We've got Sanich in the teal. We've got Hom Senpai in the pink and Sassy in the blue. And to the east, coming in from the Asian region, we've got the likes of Diacusi in the orange. We've got Scarlet Devil in the red over here. We have Liems Khan, who's one of the Vietnamese players, in the purple. And Vuva Van, another one of the Vietnamese players, to the north in the green. If you guys haven't checked out Clearman, by the way, he put this tournament together. He's a Vietnamese caster, so if you happen to understand Vietnamese, be sure to give him a check-in and see what you think. But I've been impressed, man. I like the format. I think it's a really cool one. I've been enjoying it. 3 games for each group. And a kill on an enemy king is worth 1 point. Winning the game is worth 3. So a nice balance there between being aggressive and going for the win. This is going to be interesting. I'm looking at the Civ choices already, wondering who can be aggressive here. Sassy and Beastie both getting French is intriguing. I actually think French has been surprisingly effective at sniping enemy kings early on. The whole idea is that you just kind of bulk your eco, then rush up to like 30 or 40 knights, and then roam around looking for early king kills before your enemies have substantial defenses. So we'll have to see which one of those is able to come out ahead in that regard. Because I do expect them to be going for that atypical raid. Other picks that I found are quite pop in this format. Malians are pretty decent. They have a much more delayed arrival, but once they reach up to Castle Age and start spamming the Zerg, it kind of never stops. Other civs to watch here. Vuva Van could be intriguing if it wasn't for the rough position here. He's got HRE, and he's picked the worst possible position on the map. There's nothing near him. There's barely any gold up here. The relics are super far away. This is going to be a tough one for him. And then what? Scarlet Devil. We actually saw Japanese was surprisingly effective, guys. If you remember, Core in game number 2 of his group stage showed us just how powerful that timing attack of the Japanese can be. Because we mentioned already French for these knight spams to snipe out kings. Mounted samurai spam is the same. Arguably better, right? More tanky. And, oh no. Wait. Hold on. Could we see shenanigans? No, okay. Sanich does have the sprint. So we saw yesterday a grim end to someone's hopes of making playoffs because they decided to scout a bit too aggressively at the king. I was a bit worried Sanich was going to get punished for that because he's super far out here. But it looks like there's not a quick enough reaction that Vuva Van can achieve there. So no punishment for having his king go that wide. Beastie done something similar, right? I think he scouted all the way down the coast with the king before coming back. It's very risky because you see there's a Mongol player in the game, right? So if the Mongol player is spamming spears, there is a realm in which he pinches you with maneuver speed arrow. So I'd say, like, typically if you're in a game lobby with something like Mongols, king scouting is very risky, and it can just throw the game straight away. But the value in return is, of course, getting a lot of vision, a lot of info on the map early on, knowing where your opponents are, where your early targets are, and where key win conditions are, like heavy amounts of gold for the French, relics if you're the HRE. These are important details to discover. Yeah, Scarlet Devil's kind of vibing over here. The only negative is his gold. For a civ that wants to gather a lot of gold, you're going to have to run really far out with your new villages. But a lot of fishing to work with. In fact, have we got any players who aren't fishing? No, Orange was delayed, but he's now moving out. So Diacusi's also going to be on the ponds. A little bit rough for him, though, because Diacusi is going to be sandwiched between Vuva Van and Scarlet Devil. And out of the 3 civs here, there's no doubt in my mind the Byzantines are the worst in the water of the 3. So being the meat in the sandwich while also being the most underwhelming meat. Like, he's not even ham, he's fake, he's spam, right? It makes you feel pretty rough about the situation. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go too hard there and instead focuses on land. I gotta say, actually, I've been really impressed by Ibids in these free-for-all formats. You guys have seen a few games of them now, and I don't know if you feel in the same way, but from what I've been seeing, I think Ibids has been a much more threatening civ than I would have anticipated. I think it's due to the timing there, right? We said the most powerful civs feel like the ones that have sick timings around the midpoint of the game, like, you know, feudal to castle age transitions, because that's when you can easily snipe kings, because your opponents don't have a big fluffed up base and multiple keeps they can basically play Benny Hills between, right? They're just vulnerable with a TC. Let's see. What have we got in terms of landmarks coming? Because the tech timings are fairly slow out of a lot of these players. Mainly because they all went fishing, right? Like, whenever fishing's involved, you're going to see a delay on the future timing, but then the rest of the game is going to inflate much faster. I'm not expecting anything unorthodox here, right? Like, don't expect Chamber of Commerces. I wouldn't really see the value point in it. These trade posts aren't exactly ideal. And remember, the French players know about their position here. It's like BC's too close to really utilize them. Sassy's on the other side, but I think he did scout BC's location. Yeah, I believe he got a glimpse of it, so he knows trading here would get blocked. And also, just not having knights feels bad. Remember, the whole strategy we talked about with the French that's really good is spamming enough knights to go in fast. Well, guess what? You can get that spam of 30, 40 knights much quicker with a 20% buffed production rate. I don't think even the Mongol player is likely to trade here, right? He might build a silver tree so he has the option down the line. I think that's the other thing that's kind of interesting about Regicide compared to normal free-for-all, is Regicide tends to resolve at such a much faster pace that trade takes a bit too long, I feel like. It's very risky, it's very vulnerable if you try to trade across map, unless you've got an insane spawn. And it takes a long time to set up and defend, right? Whereas these other players are sniping kings. Yes, you might eventually have a better economy, but if your opponent has an extra 100 population, it doesn't really count for much when it comes to showdown. And it looks like, yeah, Skull of Cavalry is going to be coming. Who did you guys vote for, by the way? Predictions, predictions, predictions. 61% on green, 15% on teal, 10% on yellow. Damn, someone is a real big Vuvavan fan. Say that 10 times. I can see the appeal. Hri is definitely a potent Civ in this game mode. But this spawn is hard. Like, this is one of the roughest spawns I've seen an Hri player have. There's just no relics. Akin is now at least on the way. Even gold actually is bad, guys. He has 8k gold in this entire chunk that he's secured. So I haven't got the highest hopes, if I'm being totally real. Grand Winery on the way. DQC not even thinking of going Hippodrome here. So I actually think Hippodrome's pretty good in a Regicide format because it gives you that Vavavoom to get those early kills instead of a Vuvavan. Realistically, if you think you survive late into the game, it makes sense. And we have to remember DQC is a prolific TC spammer, an English main who likes to go full TC. He's a study of the dark arts of Divine DFP. So this guy obviously is thinking late game instead of early mid. In fact, we've got quite a few players that might lean towards that late game, right? So you've got DQC, Beastie's no stranger to it either. I'm trying to think Civ-wise as well. Actually, I think this could be a really fast one for that detail. When you look at the Civs, these are all kind of mid-game aggressive Civs. Looks like we've got some aggression back and forth as Beastie jumps on top of Hom Senpai here. Remember, by the way, a buff just recently came through. Fishing does provide gold, right? Wait. Fishing's meant to provide gold. Isn't it? Wait, why does it not track in the UI, though? That's dumb. What? Okay, it might be a drop-off, but there's zero reason why it shouldn't track in the UI. Like, olive oil does. Why would you not track it? Alright, so yeah, he is getting gold trickle from that, or was. Timing attack from BC's big here, man. Hom Senpai can't fish. TC's at least going to be able to whittle away at the fleet a little bit, but... I mean, it's no fishing now. He has at least got the pit mines to the south corner that is secure. But overall, pretty... Wait, what? Okay, that's wild. Hom Senpai is going to build his Fulani in this southern corner. That's pretty cool. A little bit risky if you get scouted, but if you don't think anyone's going to night raid on land, a really smart way of always keeping your economy safe. And to people highlighting its percentage base, yes, I am aware, but so is olive oil gains. The way it works is that although the front-facing UI will show integers, this is counting up in... I don't think it uses float, I think it uses double, which is a type of number variable that you can use in programming. So it is able to track that behind the scenes. But then again, we've got a game that can't tell you what upgrades Japan has right now, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Wow, I'm sassy today. Appropriate when watching a sassy game. How's he doing over here? Pretty chill game for him so far. We have got knights now starting to roam towards the left side where Liam's Khan is located. And Khan, I mean, he's probably quite an easy target here, right? Like French knight spam versus Mongols. Also winning on water, by the way. So the Français dominating on the ponds. Kind of to be expected as well. Warcogs are low-key kind of insane. Remember, you pay less for them. It's meant to be 110 food, but with Warcogs, you only pay 75 food. It's a very healthy discount that allows you to surge your military count quicker than your opponents on water. Then you add in the fact that you've got gradual villager escalation over other 1TC builds. Kind of makes sense how you find the situation on both sides of the map, where French are quite funnily enough winning water. Meanwhile, a lot of walls coming down in the center here. So obviously Sanich walled himself in. DQC has walled Vuvavan out, and Vuvavan is actually returning the favor. For good reason, though. Oh, wow. This was a Burgrave spam. I love that from Vuvavan. We already mentioned his position is terrible for relics. The other thing is HRE are pretty effective in free-for-alls because of this Burgrave play. Yes, it feels bad to sacrifice all that passive gold gen down the line from Regnants, but you know what feels better in return? Yielding 2 kills quite quickly. I've seen a lot of these Burgrave builds in free-for-alls just turn into an immediate stomping of 2 neighbors. Gotta say, DQC not really in a great position to defend against her right now. We have got the Golden Horn Tower in the way, but this guy has no fishing. I mean, I wouldn't call 5 fishing, to be honest. Like, you look at the north side of this, what are we sitting at? 9 fishing boats? No, more than that. 14 fishing boats for green. And if Scarlet Devil doesn't try to block that, it means the Burgrave spam is going to find its targets. Scarlet on the move. This is the closest you'll see to anyone using wedge formation. Only 1 archer ship. Vuvavan. Oh, he wasn't ready for this. The demo can at least get sniped out. But now bigger problems for Green. Green, who right now doesn't have any stone to get in placements here. Doesn't have any real defense. He's going to lose the fishing on the east side. West side is at least going to be safe. It looks like him and Sanich have some sort of mutual agreement not to murder each other's faces. In the meantime, Sassy is already done murdering on the south side. Looks like he's getting ready to shift to the north. And BC is also booming up, by the way. I'm going to guess 28. 31 fishing boats already. This guy's out of control. Not just that, Knights have found it. Oh, no. Hom Senpai, he was trying to save up for an age up here for the cattle ranch spam. But now Beastie has a clear target to aim for. Expect more Knights on the way there shortly. Red has teched up as well. So we talked about this really slick timing you can get with the Japanese to spam into the Mat Samurai. We're now heading for that. 5 Mat Samurai in the field, more coming. Vuvavan, north side, yet to spring his trap with the men-at-arms. And actually, I wonder if someone does try to play transport ships here. If Red, for example, completely dominates this pond, he could always sneak his king out here if he doesn't feel safe at home. But, I mean, I feel like if you're in a position where you have to transport ship out, you're probably already close to dead. So although you can delay by going to an island, I don't think you're going to save yourself. Just come here, live with the deer. So Sanich, what did we get out of him? Was this military wing age 2? I believe it was. Into maybe advancement? Or is it logistics? Yeah, it's a logi play. Okay, so Sanich is racing for the relics right now. There's a few other people who might be able to compete with it, but I don't think they're in a good stead to do so. Sassy has aged up, but is focusing on firepower over greed. Beastie's also age 3 now. He did go up with the Guildhall, right? Yeah. Good lad. So he gives himself the longevity. I just don't really feel like Raw Institute is needed in a lot of these games. The cool thing about having Guildhall is it allows you to just play very hard and heavy into Knights in the Castle Age. And then over time, you'll have the passive resources to still go for Imperial on a delay. And the importance of that is it means you can go hunting for population kills and then still have a fallback maneuver in the late game that gives you an eco 1-up when everything goes dry. Sanich really hasn't made any enemies so far, huh? Trying to figure out what the timing is, what the game strat is. Camel Lancer spam is on the way. That's a smart idea in theory, but Sassy's your next door neighbor, right? If you were doing this against Beastie a bit further away, I could maybe see it, but Arbitrary spam's the perfect counter. That's exactly what he's aiming for. A little bit too much of a peel back there by Sassy. We'll re-engage. And long term, this is just a bad fight for Sanich to take, right? Like, both of them have plenty of food to keep spamming both units. The crossbows are going to be the MVP, though. So I think what Sanich actually needs here is a Manjanique. And because he did go for the Desert Raider option, he can build the siege with the Camel Lancers. Oh, wait, did Beastie just age up again? He did. And not just that. Oh my god! I look away for a second, and the guy is dropping a keep in the enemy base. Apologies, folks. We didn't glimpse that one. Beastie drawing first blood here with an unexpected Red Palace drop. Good start for him as well. So Hom Senpai, we knew he was dead, right? It felt like he was dead, and it was going to be a matter of time. That time came a little bit quicker than I was anticipating, but I should have expected as much out of a guy who already has 35 fishing boats. It's kind of crazy as well. Remember we said we didn't have high hopes for Beastie because we thought he'd get targeted, which is understandable, right? Like, you know, definitely the player I'd say with the most free-for-all experience. He plays it so much, historically and currently. But now he's vibing. No one nearby to harass him. There's also a bit of a stalemate over here around the orange, green, red, and teal area, right? Also, Sassy never got the finishing touch on purple. I think he would have went for it, but Sanich choosing to fight with Sassy basically saved Purple's life. Now I'm a little bit worried this is going to snowball for Beastie. Because everyone's priorly engaged, and no one is getting quick kills, which means that no one is going to slow this guy down anytime soon. I'm also surprised Green didn't spring up with the Burgrave. I mean, we've bulked up to, what, 50 men-at-arms? Yeah, 50 exactly, crossbows as well. He's getting ready to make a move. I just kind of look at the state of Diakusi's position, and I wonder how he's lived this long. Between the Japanese player to the east and the Burgrave spamming H3 to the north, he should have died a very long time ago. So Sassy is sneaking out for the back gold. I wonder if they came to an agreement not to attack each other. Which would kind of make sense, right? Like, they've both got players on each side of them. So going after each other in the center just eventually feeds a kill over to the outside players. They both need to address their flanks. However, so much time has passed. Purple does at least have a semblance of defense here. Keep in mind, Sassy's the one with the fishing, though. So this should be an easy pickup for him across a few minutes of back and forth. Beastie is starting to march out. So this is the strategy we're talking about. The whole idea is you get to like Elite Knights, you buff up the group to like 30, and then you go roaming looking for free kills on Kings. If he gets the timing right, he can allow someone else to do all the hard work so he can reap the rewards. Oh, it's time for that hard work to start. Diakusi. Wait, Diakusi? What? Wait, I don't think he realizes. Diakusi, just out for a stroll, don't mind me, my ladies. I think he just wanted to get it out of the way. Like, he knew he was dead. He wanted to get it over with, so I wouldn't call that a king donation. Vuvovan was going to kill him. I kind of respect that. He doesn't waste people's time on it. I do think he should have probably stayed in the TC. I've been over this before, and I think most players start to agree, so it doesn't ever look like you're king feeding. If someone's attacking you, just stay in the TC. But there's an argument of like wasting a player's time. I still lean stay in the TC, just see how it plays out. But Vuvovan gets a kill. He's going for a second one straight away. Sanich has to defend himself. Spreads the line. Camel Lancer should be able to hold this back for a little bit. Has also got the Desirators, which aren't too bad against the Men-at-Arms. Archers need to start sniping out the few Landsdeck in the mixer here. But this is a lot right now. Vuvo Van. I don't know what he's got in the back of the van, but whatever it is, it feels like it's nuclear waste here ready to detonate. Rams now moving in. Men-at-Arms count still at 30. It's pretty much just Archers, a few crossbows remaining. However, what a move. What a snake. Scarlet Devil going around the back now. I wondered when he was going to show up here. Instead of arriving in that fight, he's now looking for a King Snipe the other way. Keeper's going to go up though, so that'll buy some time. Vuvavan now marching home. Red's idea was good, but his timing not quick enough here. And that is going to be a stay of execution. Sanich definitely was starting to feel the pain there. Half HP on the TC. Men-at-Arms could have survived long enough to get a kill, so actually Red bailing out Teal from death. And Red is just going to throw away his troops now, right? The Mount Samurai will trade somewhat, but there's not enough here to do any significant damage. He has, however, got more coming. In fact, we've got Onimusha switch on the way. Beastie. Oh, he went in. Now, hold on a second. Sassy backed up. And the King's on the run. He hasn't got a transport ship play here. He hasn't got anything. That's it. Second kill. Beastie is now by far the biggest threat in this game. 2 points on the board for Beastie. And of course, we get a bloody crash. So we're going to open up and fast forward as quickly as possible. Apologies for that, folks. Jesus Christ, this game is so poorly optimized. Things have been crashing for the casters sometimes. Don't worry, we've got 8 times speed. We'll get there as quickly as possible. This does tilt me, though, man. Like, I don't have this type of issue with any other game but Age of Empires 4. And people are going to have their opinions about certain other RTSs, but I'm just going to flat out say it right now. I don't have these issues with the other RTSs. So, what give? What bay undoing? Apologies about that, folks. We'll use the 8 times to catch up. This is a good time, by the way, to remind people to pick up some of those new Ryzen CPUs and GPUs, because although we can never truly stop Age of Empires 4 crashes, I can guarantee you that having a better CPU and GPU will at least minimize that problem. I'm talking to AMD now about getting one of the new 9700s sent out, because we are a little bit outdated on the 3700. And we do record, stream, and watch the games, but yeah. It's definitely not an issue with the AMD product. I'm surprised the AMD product's able to handle the mess that is the Age of Empires 4 engine that well. Alright, so let's go ahead and hit maximum speed. Oh yeah, about 18 minutes. Was it 23? Yeah, and by the way, if it had been a crash for the players at 23 minutes, that would have triggered a remake with the 2 players eliminated, not in it. The rule set is basically... Oh, sorry, no. It would have continued if one extra player crashed out. Past 20 minutes, if you desync, too bad. So the whole lobby would have had to have desynced for a remake. Right, zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, looking very unlikely anyone but BC takes this right now. There needs to be some teaming. Basically, Sassy, Sanich, Scarlet Devil, and Vuvavan need to go, look, right, this guy's going to kill us all. We need to kill him. Check out BC's first kill. That's true. I don't know, I'm kind of surprised he wasn't targeted in the first game anyway. Like I said, BC definitely is the player that has the, I'd say, the most thorough understanding of free-for-alls. So I was very surprised that people weren't trying to go after him. Especially considering his more kind of central-esque location. The problem is, in these type of games with that, what happens is sometimes everyone just assumes the other person's going to deal with the problem, right? And that leads to the folly. So, how do they stop Beastie? I mean, they have to stop the infighting 100%. Someone needs to just chat with the others and say, look, Beastie's going to kill us all. We need to kill him. Do you know where he is? Go. It's difficult, though, because like Green's running an infantry army from the other side of the map. The other players should be able to compete, though. Reminder, this is 8 times speed. Does it feel like 8 times speed? AoE 4 simulation system's weird. But we will be able to catch that moment. Here we go, guys. So Beastie's already stockpiling. Like, he didn't even wait around. That's the thing we didn't glimpse at. We thought he was at least going to play a little bit of the age. He built like 4 knights total. And then just goes through a red palace drop. My favorite part is he starts building Siege Workshop. He's like, why would I do that when I can just build this? Remember, that does significant damage to the TC. And yeah, that was where he just GG because he knew he was already dead. So that's why the kill was so quick we didn't catch it. It's because Holmes just said, screw this. He didn't waste time. Basically, he would have died very quickly there because the Arbalists do 60 damage, right? So he would have eviscerated this. Was there a king chase? Oh, okay. My bad. I must have missed that. I don't think, like, this wouldn't have changed anything, though. He would have survived, like, maybe an extra minute maximum. All right, so we're getting close to the resume point. I think this will actually line up nicely. It means we'll just be able to hop game to game, because I think, like, when this one will about end, now at this pacing, we'll be able to, like, come in behind without the 5-minute delay, and then we'll get, like, in it and be able to fast forward for 2 or 3 minutes in the other game. Right, so there was the kill on to Diakusi. We already saw that one before. We're approaching the point. I'm going to go down here because it should make it faster if we're not looking at the fight. I think. Actually, I don't think it changes anything. Maybe if you do this. That's faster now, right? That might be faster. Yeah, Beastie started raiding here. We're close to live. Well, the reason you ignore the relics and sites is like this is all about the elite knight timing, right? When you play French, you basically have to hit this imp timing or mass knights in Castle Age and hunt for kills ASAP. And yes, he is water trading. Good eyes there. 16 of them right now, so doing pretty well. King Snipe came in, and I believe... Great game. Okay. What a freaking game. Yeah, the game is over. Like, guys, it went to 29 minutes, so we caught most of it. Apologies for that. I don't know what caused that crash. I've never had a consistent crash like that before. So we'll just move on to game 2. I'll get an update on what the scores are. BC got the 6. Did he actually get the 6 kills? Because that's vile as all hell. Green was the one that got 1 the kills, right? So Vuvavan got a point. Because if that's true what you're saying, that means BC got 9 points. He's pretty much qualified. I don't think anyone's going to beat that. Oh, damn. All right, apologies, folks. I would have liked to have shown the end of the game, but it's bugged. I can't do anything about that. There's no point starting again going... Like, it literally crashed at the exact same time again. So, we'll just move on to the next one. Let me double check if I've got anything open in the background that could cause issues, but I don't think I do. I think it's just a bugged replay, which is really unfortunate. But yeah. You know how it is with Age of Empires 4. These things are sometimes unavoidable. Does it matter if you watch another player's replay, or is it the same? It would be the same. It would be the same. The way it's stored is like it's the same day. I don't know why it's causing it. I don't know if Clearman had this issue as well. You can probably catch the end of the game in Vietnamese on the YouTube side if you really want to see. But yeah. He killed Homs, Purple, Sass, Singe, Red, and H3 surrendered before the 450 pop. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so 9 points. I'm going to double check with the admin side to make sure it all aligns. But what we're looking at right now is 1 point for Vuvavan, 9 points for Beastie. And everyone else at 0, which means Beastie probably is qualified, guys. The highest score we've had so far is 10 points to qualify. and the rest were 9s or 8s. So there's a very, very slim chance that someone can now like knock him out of the top 2. Not a bad way to begin your day. Dude, imagine if BC goes into game 2, gets like 4 or 5 kills, and just says, you guys can play a final game without me. Let me put some music on while we wait as well. Yo, what is up, Prex1? Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you've got Amazon Prime, that means you've actually got your hands on a free sub you can give away to a content creator of your choice each month. I definitely appreciate it if you give it here. We've got, I think, 30 plus emotes at this stage. Half of them being animated, half of them not. And on top of that, it gives you the ad-free viewing experience. And we've been live, like, I'd say we've been averaging at least 8 hours as a minimum per month. So you definitely dodge a lot of ads by using it here. Okay, so I think we're just waiting now while they compile the final scores. Wait, they might have crashed as well. I'm double checking now, but like the response they just gave me suggests they're not sure of something. Did they crash as well? Dude, what a scuffed replay. That's really unfortunate if so. I mean, we have like they have a VOD to check back to make sure. Yeah, these guys haven't set up a lobby yet. Nobody's crashed. Yeah, no, I'm saying not the players crashed. The casters crash. Yeah. Okay. Every time I win, all content create a crash. When I lose, oh god, no, Saffras, don't go there, dude. I would say I'm probably the most unbiased and impartial caster when it comes to what I upload on my channel. So, still watch his VOD? You could. It's not very telling though, because it's just one player's perspective, right? So it doesn't actually tell you that much.
Extreme, but you.
Oops. So if we have a look here. So here you go, guys. So have a look at the end details. So we were at. So we'll do a fast cap through, right? So you eliminated Purple. He has an insane number of knights at this stage. This is what we're talking about. This is the way that French can actually be really good in this game mode. It's like he's just spamming the crap out of the knights at this point. He has trade. He has plenty of gold. Like, he's got 55 workers on gold, right? And then... Imagine being sassy when this shows up. Oh, no. Dude, the funny part is that Red Palace wouldn't even protect you against this. So, yeah, sassy down. Next is Sanich, right? Actually, you might have to fight Red because Red's coming towards him. Yeah, there we go. Sanich is next on the hit list. There's no way you survive this. Sanich barely survived the attempt by Green. Green's checked up to Imperial Age in the meantime, as has Red. Oh, will be a transport ship to get away from Sanich. But remember, BC can kill his landmarks to get a GG because it's landmarks or king kill. So that is still GG. Gets the other king kill there. We're just balling at this point. Obviously, Orange is already dead. And then he shows up in red space. Yeah, immediate call for GG by Scarlet. He knows he can't survive that. And I think, yeah, Green just says GG. He doesn't waste any time. I respect that. Like, he's dead, dude. Like oh, man. I mean, that's one way to get points quickly on the board, huh? Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. Is it me? When we were scrolling through there, I didn't see any chatter in game, which surprised me. Goodness gracious. I think that was really surprising to me. We mentioned Beastie would be a shoo-in if he's ignored. My thought on why I didn't think he was going to make it is I thought everyone would go after him. Nobody went after him. Like, everyone just, like, had their own issues with other people. I think the thought process was a lot of those players were trying to get a kill on a neighbor and then maybe go deal with Beastie in the mid game, with the logic being they have enough population to do so. Because, like, if you all send it on one player, you're all sending it for one king kill, right? And it's like, okay, who exhausted themselves more? Who got the king kill, right? There's probably going to be multiple people who got nothing out of that. We have seemed to run into a little bit of a delay here on the next one coming up. Score is currently 9 points to Beastie, 1 to Vuvavan. When we are in-game, we actually have a rotating score up in the top, over there, up in the top left. A little tip as well. In the bottom left, you're going to get alerted about a bloody good deal in about 5 minutes, and a link's going to pop up in chat. Check them out. We're partnering with Scan and AMD right now for their upcoming range of CPUs and GPUs. They've got the 7th series range of CPUs in there, which are insanely good bang for buck. The GPUs are also great for people looking for mid-range graphics cards, and you get a crap ton of games back. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'm going to have to show it to you, because, dude, I don't like you guys missing out on good deals. I am almost certain that one of the best games you're going to see this year is going to be Space Marines 2. I think it'll be that damn good. And that's one of the games they're going to give you back when you buy one of these products. So you get these 2 games here, Unknown 9 Awakening, which seems to be like an exploration sci-fi type game, and Warhammer, Space Marines 2. But then also, if you get one of the GPUs, you'll get your hands on 2 of these 4 games listed here. So Avatar, Starfield, Lies of P, Company Here's free. But the funny thing is, like, even if you just want this, that's like, what, $100 a games? Like £100 a games? And you could get that by buying a CPU that costs, I mean, you could even go for the cheaper end. You could buy one that costs £289. So that's basically a 33% rebate in the form of games. It's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I definitely recommend checking out these bundles, because these bundles are definitely worth it. I'm definitely eyeballing this one right now. The B650E board, the 7800 X3D, and the 7800 XT. Actually, ooh, it's a pretty penny more, but like the quality of the motherboard, X670 is not bad there. Oh, that's for the 7900. I'd say, like, honestly, I recommend people go here. This is a really good bundle, the mid one. Paying 50 more to get your hands on the, I think the better... I think it's got better cooling on the graphics card. Is the main difference there. I think both are just as viable here. But yeah, check it out, guys. Big shout out to AMD and Scan once again for working with us on that. Okay, so we're just waiting for the next game. Hello, all you 2 people. Hopefully having a good time over there as well. I'm waiting for confirmation on what's happening here. Because usually we'll have a lobby up already. There seems to be a slight hold up. So I'll check in with the admins. I'll get you guys confirmation on what the hell's happening. Because we still have 2 more games to go. Which means Beastie could, he could go for a high score here. We said 10's the one to beat. Alright. Beastie wants to look like number 1. It's got to be that 10-pointer. Guys, he almost got the maximum in the first game. The maximum you can get in one game is 10 points. He got 9. That's pretty wild. Good lord, though. The thing you have to remember as well is some of these players might not be frequent free-for-all players, and the reason that's important is there's a layer of diplomacy within free-for-alls, even more so in competitive lobby formats, that needs to be leveraged if you want to try and get ahead. And I don't think that's happened there. At least the glimpses we took, there was no chatter going on about, yeah, we need to kill Beastie. I do think he's going to get targeted frequently in game number 2, though. You have to, right? He shouldn't be surviving at all. Okay, lobby is now being set up. Because the reality is, for any of these guys to qualify, there's only 1 slot up for grabs if you let Beastie live. I guess another issue is I don't know how much English some of these players speak, so we have to remember there's a language barrier there, right? Because remember, like, look at the group here. I'll show you the group. I'll show you the nationalities. You'll see what I mean. So, Serbian, Russian, and they both speak English, right? Sanic speaks English. Sassy speaks English. Diakusi speaks some English, if I remember correctly. He replaced Tank. I don't know if Scarlet, Vuvavan, and Khan speak much English, though. So that's something you can kind of easily leverage. Remember Diplo tournaments in AO2 and certain players molding hard for being targeted every game? I mean, that's where anonymous accounts can come into play, right? Like, if you want to be fair on that. But you'll still get targeted in a different way. Because if you use anon accounts, they'll just target you based on points, which is more reasonable. Like, I try to really emphasize this to people. There's no perfect answer with free-for-alls. Free-for-alls are, from a competitive standpoint, a fundamentally flawed concept. They'll never be perfect. Remember, I think we went over this back when free-for-alls was really popular and just came out of AoE4. Is that Warcraft discovered this issue, is why they stopped. Like, they eventually just moved away from them, didn't bother with StarCraft with free-for-all tournaments, right? Because the issue with a free-for-all tournament is you get this dynamic of the final three. And when you have the final three, there's how you expect things to play out and how they actually play out. So should we do the paint demonstration? You guys love paint. You guys are crazy about paint. So the logic is this. If there's only a few players left... Wait, can we minimize this? That'd be sick. Logic is this. If you got, like... You're on the map. You got these players, like one here. One here. One here. So, and we'll list them. So this guy is first place. As in he's... In terms of strength, he's first, second, third. You would think, right now, guys, what is the logical play? Like, who's going to team who? Who do you think would team who? If you could see each other's bases and you're like, oh, that person's definitely in first place right now, they're ahead, right? Or it's a point format as well, whatever it is. You look at this, you're thinking, second and third should fight first, right? Because that's how you get the most balanced fight. No. Because if second and third fight first... What happens there? If second and third fight first, the best outcome is first dies. But then, who becomes first? Most likely, second. Right? So third isn't actually incentivized to help there. Third has to put more effort in to help second to get second place. But if third helps first, they get second place more easily. Right? And here's the other thing. If things start to go really badly when you attack first, second's going to turn on you if you're third. That's how it kept playing out in competitive tournaments, because it made the most sense, right? Like, when you're in third place, you don't... Like, you're basically being told to crown a champion. And if you know you can convince either player to team up with you, would you take the more risky or the easier option to get the same result? And, like, you never know if you team up with second, it feels like you never know if he's putting everything to the attack. But if you team up with first, it's just easier to guarantee the second, right? It's so much safer. Like, when you draw it out like this and think about it for just a few seconds, it makes sense why free-for-all tournaments, the majority of them, ended up with this alliance. Not this one. Third just needs to bamboozle 1 and 2. But here's the thing, right? You say that, but if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure from what I recorded that dynamic in the Warcraft scene, what ended up starting to happen is if first and second started to attack, and they saw that third wasn't doing anything, they both just looked across the classroom at him and killed him instead. Teaming with second is the only chance where you have a chance to get first. Yeah, but the issue with that, so here's the thing. Like, for third, the risk is very high that you get betrayed, right? Like, first doesn't need to betray you if you're third, because you're third. You're the least threatening thing. So this is your biggest threat. So if third's going to help you get rid of it, you'll game with that. But the level of trust needed for second and third to work is much higher than third and first to work together. That's the dynamics at play, right? High risk, high reward. And you say that, but then, like, I don't think that's how most free-for-all players viewed it. Even though they want to be the best in the game, it's kind of like when you play, free-for-alls in this, you're like, oh, my spawn's just too bad, I can't win. I've been aped by 2 players at the start, I can't win, right? It's kind of that similar logic. So I think, like, a lot of players ended up, the meta became first and third just play together, kill second, right? It just, when money's on the line, it makes more sense, trust me. But yes, in terms of if you want to lift the belt, of course, you should always be aiming for first. But sometimes the difference is so drastic, especially, it's just not worth it. So yeah. This is, of course, with Warcraft. Could be a little bit different with Age of Empires. But in my experience, like, the logic still kind of holds the same. I'd argue sometimes what you see instead is you see, now with the regicide system, there's at least an incentive for second to go kill third. But that's kind of a negative feedback loop because you kill third and then die to first. They loaded? Yeah, I know. We have a delay, though. But like, this is... what we're discussing here is a fundamental issue you'll never fully iron out in free-for-alls. It's just the way of the land, right? Now, where it could be different... Now, this is interesting, actually, is like Apex resolves this kind of annoyance with a system called match point format. Logic being is in a case where you'd have a three-way showdown, the person's in first place. Let's say, like, the obvious first place is the person who can win the game. If both of these guys don't have enough points to have unlocked match point to win the game, then both of these guys will work together against first, right? Whereas if two of them have enough points to win the game, they'll go for first place on their own, right? So it's not perfect still, because you still have third being kind of kingmaker in a weird way, but I'd say in Apex, they can more easily play from third to try and win than in a game like Age of Empires. But I will say the idea of a match point format does help with a lot of these issues. I think the only issue in Age of Empires 4 is match length is already on average higher than most games. What's up, Nerizor? Thank you very much for the bits, man. Appreciate you, bud. Random names every game. That is one way you can do it. The problem with random names every game is you know, the dynamics of this person should be targeted because they're so far ahead, then get completely alleviated. And there's no, like, the nuances are very difficult to discover, like, otherwise, right? So if you completely don't let people know how many points each player's got, for example. So what Apex has is you'll know between games how much score a person's got. You might, know where they're going to drop on the map, but you don't have discerners. So, like, the kill feed in Apex Legends is disabled in custom lobbies, so you can't tell whether one of the teams on match point has died or not. Right? I'd say, like, there's a lot of lessons. For anyone trying to do a free-for-all scene, there is a lot of lessons to be learned from the way that Apex Legends handles its competitive scene. Because I think they're the closest to getting it right with multi-team formats. All right, so we've got a minute and 20 to go. BC on the Mongols this time. I mean, if what BC needs to do this game, he needs to try and trade so everyone can finally realize they should be killing him. If BC scores more than 1 point in this game, I will be very surprised. Because he shouldn't. Like, the meta should be he's targeted. Sassy on Joan Dark. Dude, can Sassy get anything but French this series? Sanich is also only getting the Arabian civs. He's on Abbasids. Who else is following a pattern here? Scarlet Devil's only getting the Asian civs. I think that's it for the pattern. I mean, Vuva Van's getting Europeans, right? But that's a wide spread. Issue target players the map doesn't last sometimes. True. That's also another difference, right? Like, the dynamics you see here compared to Warcraft is like with Warcraft 3, the maps were free-for-all design. So, like, usually you'd be in an arch and you would be able to, like, go after people on not exact perfect distance, but more easily flow to them. All right. Oh, we didn't do predictions. Last game, BC was yellow, right? Was it yellow, chat? I'm pretty sure he was yellow. Did they? I think most of them kept the same color. All right, so choose outcome. Last game, yellow. Wonder what people will predict on this game. Ha ha ha. There we go. We'll run another prediction. How did BC do score-wise? Let it tell them. This is starting to look like Beastie versus the lobby. Everybody on the north side here and Beastie on his lonesome to the south. 1-0. Welcome back to the tournament Age of Empires 4 action. That is right. We are here for, let me update that. We're in the game number 2 of Group D here in the $1,000 free-for-all tournament War of Lords, hosted by Clearman from the Vietnamese community. Beastie off to an absolutely insane start. Such a good start that it kept crashing my game how good he done. He got 9 points in the first game. That means he eliminated all bar 1 player in the lobby because king kills are worth 1 and then winning the lobby is worth 3. So at this point, Beastie is close to guaranteed qualified. Realistically, the likelihood of him not making it is very small. There is still a chance he falls, though. And here's the thing, folks. When you go on an absolute blitzer like that in game 1, you become the clear target every single time. And I love how Beastie begins to solve this problem. Admittedly, it brought his villagers together, but it brings his villagers together in a corner. BC can at least try to survive down here and maybe fight off 1 or 2 players, whereas if he'd gone for a central spawn like last time, everyone would immediately be sending it on him. And Green hasn't actually committed to it. What? Oh no, dude, he needs to use the king though. That was a miss micro. Big mistake made. Vuvo Van, that's not good. Guys, we're 2.5 minutes in the game. Players have built their TCs. Vuvavan has not. He tried to snipe Diakusi's king. And because of that, he's now going to be delayed into the early and mid game. Oh, damn, dude. If he brought the king in, I could understand it there, but mistakes made. Love that he's trying to punish someone for scouting with their king, but I don't think that's the way you do it. So looking at the TC count, everyone else has at least deployed here. BC's got an insanely good spawn, by the way, guys. And another funny thing here is, as Mongols, you can just start your TC and then move it later if you think your position's really sucky. That's always a nice boon for the Mongols, right? So we might see BC eventually lean his base towards the south side because this is an incredibly defendable area. He's got a lot of gold to work with. Wood is a limiting factor, but a lot of natural terrain to block here if raids come in. And that's important because remember, he's playing as Mongols, a civ that cannot wall. So all these natural defenses make it much easier to feel safe even when you're in a lobby with civs that might try to lance a spam rush you. Yeah, kind of crazy we got 3 Juji picks, by the way. Juji are surprisingly good in the late game, guys. Kind of an underwhelming civ in a lot of people's eyes when you're playing 1v1s, but definitely an impactful one when you get into a free-for-all environment. The late game is substantial. Yuan Raiders are insane in Regicide free-for-alls. I'll have to see if the game gets that deep, though. Meantime, Vuvavan has at least finally gone to set up his TC. It's almost complete now. And he's at least far enough away from the action that he shouldn't get punished for this late timing. The problem I do see in this game is, after game 1, you're going to need to score some points ASAP here. And these type of delays make it very hard to get those succinct timings with the French where you get into mass night raids. As green, so wait, random civs? Yes, it's random civs each time. If there's a remake, they have to select the same civs as before. For obvious reasons, because otherwise that could be exploited. Leams Khan on the Byzantines this time. I kind of had some high hopes for Khan, but didn't really get a chance to see anything last game. Sanich is going to be setting up the fishing. I think most players should be fishing in this particular game. There's a lot spread out along the rivers. I mean, it is shoreline fish, so it's not insane, but still more efficient than building a TC. Okay, so it sounds like Devil might have crashed. I'm going to keep an eye on that, and I'll give you guys confirmation because we might have a remake. The rules do state before 20 minutes. Desync equal remake. But we'll have to get confirmation what's happening with Scarlet Devil. Kind of a rough one, I think, for Beastie in particular, if it's a remake. Just because it's a really good position. Obviously, it's early enough that you'd have to do a remake, but it does feel really frustrating when you get a damn good spawn like this, right? Whew. Okay, Holmes is going to be annoyed as well. That is actually one hell of a juicy meditation garden. He did miss micro a little bit there. He should have moved off that initial berry. But that would have been, what, 72 food and 50 gold. 122 resources. Actually, with the wood there, it's about 130 resources Medi Garden. Damn. I'd feel robbed. Yeah, confirmation in. I think we are getting a remake. Yeah, so let's get ready to... I think what we'll do is we'll just wait on this game in a sec, so there's at least something happening on screen, and I will hop into the new lobby once it's made. It's kind of annoying. Are there any other interesting GG meditation garden options? I think that was the jackpot. Whoa, oh no. Dude. I mean, I'm not sure there's enough room there. If there was, that would have been vile. Why the redo? Because the player desynced. So them's the rules, baby doll. Just waiting for them to set up the lobby. The only reason we haven't left the lobby is because there's no point if the new one hasn't started. I'm kind of okay with a remake from the perspective that I'd love to see a little bit more of a smushed map. This one was very, very open, so there's a lot of places people can kind of hide, I guess. These type of spawns tend to favor cavalry builds much more because there's so much spread on the map. Whereas the more tighter ones at least get you a bit of infantry diversity. Same with all that water we had before, where like some players were at least trying to play infantry. Any predictions lost? No. I'm just going to stockpile them and we'll see the results in game number 2 with the remake. But yeah, I do feel for Beastie, man. Like this is a tough one because you are now going to be the target, and this was an insanely good spawn. All this gold in the corner. The only weakness is maybe wood, right? It's like wood positioning is all forward from him. And also, it's the spread, right? He had one opponent ahead of him, and that's Sanich, who's probably going to go for a more boomy approach to the Abbasids, so you could get a good 1v1 there as Mongols. The next player forward is just so far off, right? So, like, realistically, these players up here, these 4, are going to have infighting, and that's going to really yield results for you, allow you to get to that late game. So, yeah, definitely feel from a bit, because I've got a feeling the spread's going to be a little bit more vile in the remake. Especially if we don't get as open of a map spawn. Yeah, it looks like they're all getting a lobby now. Which of the 2 is it? Nightbot. Dude, Stream Elements needs to bugger off. Let me check that. I don't know why, dude. Stream Elements, so because we've got the deal with HelloFresh, Stream Elements bot turned itself on all the commands. It invited itself in a little bit. So let me just turn some of those off. There we go. Seems players are really confused on the rules. The rules are pretty straightforward in the handbook. It's a remake if it's a desync before 20 minutes. And the remake is with whoever's still alive. So any kills still count. Obviously, you can't be given the population. I've said already, I think there's some loopholes there that could be exploitable that should be fixed. So one of the big ones I was really locked in on is that I felt you should have a limit to how many remakes you could have. across the series that you caused. So, for example, let's say in this situation, Scarlet Devil desynced. If he desynced again, that's the final remake he would be able to like force. If he desyncs a third time, I'm sorry, bro, your internet sucks. What do? Yeah, it looks like that is going to be them all getting ready for the remake. I think they just had another crash. Dude, there is something going on today, I swear. But they are getting ready for the next lobby. Apologies about that, folks. I gotta say, actually, for the most, the days have been pretty clean. This has probably been the roughest for like remakes we've had. We had that one rough remake for Group B, but outside that, like the tournament has been going pretty smoothly. Would a maps equal guaranteed crash? Not necessarily. I'd say wood does it more. If a map has too much wood, it's more likely to cause a crash than anything else. There's a reason why when you play team games now, Hideout's center is hollowed out. They had to do that intentionally because of performance issues. Sorry, I just need to send a quick message. Man, I gotta get some contacts at development studios and things that do Gamescom stuff. I really want to start going to Gamescom and doing like, you know, some content creation work or some hosting, presenting work there. Cover the cost of going there and everything else. I feel like I'm missing out every time. Same with Twitch, actually. So, looks like they're in lobby now, so we should be starting soon. Yeah, exactly. That map had normal wood, so that wasn't the problem. I think maybe we just need a better game engine, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Sadly, I mean, like the reality is, it's not we need a new game engine. We just need reconnect options. Because like a new game engine is going to take, should in theory take much longer than adding reconnect. Then again, depending on the way they've done the netcode, that may not be true at all. Oh, Jesus, what? Dude, one of the influencer managers I know is ranting right now. He's like, new development in the content creator meta. No email, private profiles, dropped a WhatsApp number as sole method of contact. Can't see this build being OP. Yeah, a little reminder to anyone who's actually a content creator. For the love of God. Emails. Put an email. Put contact methods somewhere. Very publicly, very viewable. Here's another one that I think is a big no-no. As someone who works with influencers, who sources deals for influencers. Do not private your VODs. If I cannot see your work, I have no indication of how you function as a creator. I am less inclined to work with you. Definitely do not private your VODs on sponsored streams. Because I need to see those streams to make sure you've done the integration. Because if I'm running a campaign to get you your money, I need to confirm to the brand they got what they paid for. So yeah, don't. I see it like you know, if it seems so obvious to some of you guys, good. Your brain is working sane. But I know I've seen a lot of examples of content creators on Twitch where they're missing these things, and I'm like, you really don't want those deals. I'm not sure if there's a proven tangible conversion of subscriptions coming in for like having VODs hidden behind that. But I can tell you as a guy sourcing campaigns, I'm not going to pay $5 for each streamer to see their VODs, to see if they're a good fit for a campaign. That is very inefficient. I will just move on to the next person. Dude, I'm so looking forward to trying Deadlock. You guys seen all the hype around this Deadlock game, the one that Valve's making? Like, they're basically taking the same approach as they took with Dota 2, where they just let people who are in it invite other people. I'm so freaking hyped for it, man. I've heard really good things about it. So I'm looking forward to getting hands-on with that. And fingers crossed, like, it sounds like it is very competitive. It may have an esports scene. I'm going to be like, hey, I'm a Valve boy. I've done Valve games. I can do FPSs, please. Okay, I think we can get ready now. Let's load this bad boy up. Boop, boop. So we've probably got, what, 3 minutes? Oh, Captain. I got in, but thank you. Wink, wink. Appreciate it. All right, so game just kicked off. So we'll have the 5-minute wait. Perfect time to go get yourself a drink. Come back. Put exclamation mark AMD in the chat. Then click that link and check out all the cool deals. You've got 5 minutes now. What else are you going to do? Or, alternatively, it's enough time to enter your card details to subscribe to the channel. All right, nice. 4 minutes to go. Yes, they will pick the same civs because it was a desync after start. Yes, Kazee. See? Rules are pretty straightforward. Guys, should I go get a Juneberry Red Bull? I've got 3.5 minutes. I just received my new care pack. Check on Twitter and you'll see what I'm talking about. Red Bull just hooked me up again. They sent me, I think it's 60 cans. We've got the Juneberry, which is my favorite. I freaking love the Juneberry ones. Some regular. They sent me some more of the summer berries, which is really good as well. Or forest fruits, I think it was called. And then finally, they've sent me spiced pear, which is pear and cinnamon. I haven't tried that before, so I'm curious. You're a good commentator. Have you tried going into football or cricket? No, and I really wouldn't even know where to begin with those. I find, especially like from what I've witnessed growing up with football, it's been the same commentators year after year after year after year after year. Traditional sports compared to esports, once you're in a position, you tend to be locked in until you don't want to do it anymore, unless you like do something super controversial. But like I've always said, I'm up for the idea of going into some traditional sports I'm interested in, or going into presenting on TV shows, those type of things, voice acting as well. These are all things I'm interested in. I just wouldn't know where to begin. In fact, let me roll. And there we go. All right, quickly going to pop to grab that. There, that link. Quick, click it now. Click it now. I'll be back in a sec. I'm just quickly going to grab a can. Whoop, whoop. Arcleave, it said it was blocked due to security reasons? Mine's fine. It might be a country issue. All it is it's a tracking link that is used by campaign managers to know where clicks through to a website came, so they can also then track back like sales that were associated with a creator and whatnot. Yeah. Interesting about US, because I think I talked to the scan guys before. I'm pretty sure they can ship to the US. They definitely ship to Europe. They're based UK, but they can definitely ship to Europe, and they're quite competitive on all their pricing with shipping. Apologies for those in SA and US. I think US should work, though. I'll have to check on that one. All right, should we get ready to go? Ooh. Oh, by the way. Oh, man, these June Bear runs are so good. God damn, I love that. Wait, have I been recording for 20 minutes for some reason? Whoops. Let me just delete that. Oopsie. It's time for game number 2 of War of Lords here in Group D. Beastie, the absolute beast, gets 9 points. Almost a perfect performance in the first game of this 3-game set. Can he follow it up? Can he dominate and set a new record here in this tournament for performances? Let's find out. $1,000 on the line. This is just the group stage. Only 2 will qualify from this lobby to make it to Showdown that's going to be happening later this month. I gotta say, BC once again has the right idea. Takes the corner. Not that great of a spawn compared to before we had to do a remake, unfortunately, in this situation, but enough resources around, and look at where everyone else is going. This is the dream, right? Like, Beastie needs them to fight each other. And Beastie does have gold, by the way, down here. He's actually at a pass at a crossing. He's got gold to the north side. So overall, although it's not as campy as the spawn before the remake, it's still very workable for him. And the position of the player is going to be very important here. We have to keep an eye on that. What we're looking for... Wait. Well, that wasn't what I was looking for, but I'll take that. Oh my god, he used the sprint. Senpai! He's going for the king surround. Yeah, right now, Scarlet Devil needs to move away from the tree line. Right now. He actually might die here. Dude, what is it with people using the king to scout and getting ultimately punished like this? Hom Senpai, with the king and 5, can actually surround. Here we go. Starts to corral him. Marches in. Villagers. This is going to be snug. Wait, he's not? What? I can't believe that. Dude, that was a kill. We don't have peacetime on, by the way. I'm certain of that, because we've had very, very early kills. The quickest kill we've had in the game, I think, was about just shy of 4 minutes in. Wow. Okay, Hom Senpai doesn't kill the king. Which is wild, because when he walked in like that, he could have got the surround. So no cheesy pre-5-minute deaths here. Players are setting up. We have got a triple GG lobby, by the way. Double Francais, essentially, an Abbasid, Mongol, and a Byzantine. What an horrible thing to do. Yeah, not like yesterday when a player in Group C had an insane comeback story to qualify because he walled the enemy king in and killed him. So yeah, a little bit shocked by that. Diakusi, full content. Oh, wait. Dude, this is like... I don't want to say the most Diakusi spawn. I'd say this would be the most Diakusi spawn. Actually, no. Can we... You guys get where I'm getting at here, right? That's the Diakusi spawn. Sanage. With double fat stone outcropping and small outcropping right next to him. I will excuse this because he is playing Abbasids, and we know how that story always ends, right? Yeah, Diakusi on the opposite side of the map has got a corner spawn with Juji. So you can already just imagine what he's going to be up to here. Other players, how's Sassy looking? Oh, Northside's pretty good. Very easily defendable. A lot of natural wood lines to kind of help him. Big fat gold nearby. I wouldn't say it's insane, per se. He also just doesn't have fishing on his side, right? Green's got an issue with wood, I'd say. Vuvavan spawn is kind of rough when it comes to wood access. Orange is pretty reasonable. Khan just took the edge of the map. He's got enough gold for the early game. He could even try to press into green and pink later on. I do think actually Scarlet Devil spawn is kind of nuts. Look at the backside. He's got plenty of food here. a ludicrous amount of gold in the area. And plenty of wood as well. I'd say he won the spawn points here. Beast is pretty good as well for the Uvus, right? He's got double stone right next to it. And then Northside's got another stone. So plenty of extra double production up for grabs as the game goes on. A very aggressive 4-dot coming in. So Beastie just trying to lock down basically a third of the river for himself. You kind of have to plan this far ahead when it's shoreline fish, right? It's not like when you're playing on a deep water fish map where you're quite content to have maybe a tenth of the total water. Because you can always just keep playing there, right? If you're going to invest hard in the fishing boat, say 10, 12, 15, you need to make sure you got the longevity to get the reward back. Jushi's getting a lot of love. Yes, from the randoms. Reminder, guys, the picks are random here. Scarlet, how are we doing here? Nothing too crazy, right? That's going to be 50 gold and probably about 30 wood. Maybe 35. So not too bad. Not anything too ludicrous. Meanwhile, Homs, is he going to go wide for this drop here? He could get double stone and the food, which isn't too bad. He hasn't got a great option right next to him. To the side, though, a lot of gold and stone generation that's feasible. And holy mother of sheep, that is a very popular hill. Let's see who ends up grabbing that one. I don't think we've got any quick kills likely to happen here. Looking at the south side, green versus orange, I could see orange just trying to maybe go very aggressive into him. You know, the French Civ can feel really powerful when you're playing a wide map because you're able to just camp, build eco, spam knights, and then run to snipe someone elsewhere where it won't come back to bite you. When you've got a neighbor like this who could spam Limitane, get some longbows and rush in, it could end up being a very quick GG and an out for Vuvavan. And no, Meditation Gardens do not give more resources for bigger gold veins. They've never done that. So it's always 25. That is like, I forget the term for it. You know where someone thinks it's a certain way and it never was? It's like if someone went, yeah, the Khan always had the Falcon. It's like, pretty sure he didn't. The Mandela effect. Thank you, Riptool. Yes. How much wood was it in the end? 31. Okay, so respectable. 81 resources. Like I said, nothing too crazy here. Stables drop is now coming in. There's a civil war to be won here, folks. There's usually going to be butchering each other pretty quick in this one. Very early farms coming up from Hom Senpai. We've actually seen this out of a lot of GG players, right? Especially in 1v1s when they're going for a mass Chiganu build. Logic being is you're not planning to go deep enough in the game that you set up granaries. It's peculiar to see it in a game like this because in free-for-alls, granaries feel like they're always going to happen. But the bigger issue is that Homs just doesn't have much sheep working for him, right? Yeah, he's got 8 sheep that are going to come home at some point. But a little bit weak on that type of income long-term means he has to make a farm transition super early. Overall, I'm very worried for the north side of the map. The one exception might be Saanich, but the rest of these civs would have loved to have had access to fishing. And the south side civs do, right? The only one might be Diakusi's a kind of rare exception here. He ignored it entirely. Actually looks like also Hom Senpai did play onto it, which is kind of surprising. I love that there's just a random crossing road here, even though you can't cross. You can cross to this tiny island. This is the equivalent of that, that small stronghold island off the coast of Tunisia. Beastie going for the Deerstone. Makes sense. We've seen trade just draws a lot of undesirable attention to you. You know, basically, trade is the equivalent of just painting a giant target on your back. That's why, for a while, if you guys remember, when Mongols turned up as a pick in competitive free-for-all lobbies, they just got killed straight away. Because you knew what they were going to do every time. And the other thing is, because they're building trade, that also makes them weaker on their military push initially. So it gave you even more warrant and ease with which to kill them. And for those just tuning in, yes, Beastie is sitting on 9 points. Guy did not wait around in game 1. Only person who scored as well was Vuvavan when he was able to take out Diakusi earlier on. But fair to say, there's still a lot up for grabs here. Yes, Beastie's annihilated the lobby. The funny thing, though, guys, is let's say Beastie was to somehow annihilate the lobby back-to-back, and I say somehow because they should be targeting now. it would mean there's still a lot to play for in game 3. Because if Beastie, for example, goes and gets another 9 points, nobody has a safe lead to feel like they've comfortably qualified in second place in the group. That's kind of the funny balance of one player just dominating the lobbies, is you could end up technically qualifying with as little as 3 points. Of Castle's players coming out, so no attempted all-in, which makes sense with the distance. It was the Meditation Garden in the center we talked about in the end, so 100 resources here, 50 gold, 50 stone. That does allow Hom Senpai to eventually transition into 2TC play, but the way you make this justifiable is you try to maybe attack an opponent first, and then you come back for the second TC when you've got that stone generation passively in. That's going to be difficult though, because Homs did hang around in the feudal age, setting up the fishing and the farms rather. Scarlet Devil, on the other hand, went for a fast castle build, which I really like with Juji. You have a sick timing here because with the Tang Dynasty, you do get that 15% discount. It allows you to rush up an age by saving a pretty lofty 270 resources on the tech. And then you can pump that straight into Monks to rush for the center. BC might be competing with that though. Step read outplay. That's kind of interesting. I thought maybe he'd think about going for Kurultai, but he doesn't really have an army. Kurultai is nice overall, but Beastie, the issue is right now he knows he's going to get targeted, so he kind of needs more economy to get more units out initially. Kurultai is cool if you think you're going to survive the first, like, 25 minutes, right? Even then, I think it's only good defensively, because the reality about Kurultai is in a 1v1, you can pack it up and move it across. Could you imagine trying to move a Kurultai across the map in this game? Let's just say you'd have enough time to go across to my YouTube channel, subscribe there, enough time to go across to my Twitter and follow me there, enough time to join my Discord, enough time to go across my Twitch, enter your card details and subscribe there, enough time to become a super chat across on YouTube, and then you still have enough time left over to support us on Patreon, Coffee, and also check out our AMD sponsor right now. And when you came back, after doing all those things, the Kurultai would still just be about halfway across the map. So Vuvavan actually starting to scale the Knights. This is to be expected. Like, this is usually the way you play French every game. Sassy's doing it a bit different, though. It's just surprising here. He did go for the 2TC on the wide expanse. He's not trying to just spam Knights and Flood. Last game, we kind of saw this from Sassy as well, though, where he was playing French and he kind of tried to lean into Arbre de Trier. I'm wondering if he's going to attempt the same again. Oh, Sanich. Is this only a free TC? Son, those are rookie numbers. We gotta up the ante there, mate. He went Eco Wing, right? Yeah. Why stop at 3? 5, 6. Just keep going. Yeah, right now, Green has the right idea. Realistically, anyone else who knows BC's location should be targeting him. Like, Khan right now knows that BC's on the river. He needs to be scanning up here. In fact, he has before, so he should know roughly where Beastie is. So these two should be working together. Beastie is the sole biggest threat in this lobby. He's proven that he can wipe everyone easily. He is also the one in first place. Right now, Beastie is punishing Khan for not doing anything. Tech up comes through. Varangian are now starting to come out, but notably slower than Beastie's. He does have the +1 armor, so he's able to dive underneath the TSC with extreme prejudice here. Meanwhile, Beastie moving up river, just trying to draw more attention onto the Navy side for Vuvavan. Vuvavan, who, by the way, is now setting up a delayed second TC. Berserk is going to get activated. Actually, a smart choice there, considering the men-at-arms are targeting villagers. It means that Berserk doesn't hurt you back, really. So good defense there. Beastie's first wave does get shuttered. He's going to have to hunker down a little bit. I'd be very suspicious at the fact that Vuvavan's Knights are not here anymore. They are lurking, though. Elsewhere, I think we are about to see the death of Homs here. Oh, dude, this is the most painful way to die as well. Guys, he's going to hoover up the relics, bring them back, and die. This is so nefarious by Scarlet. I don't think this was the intentional strategy, but it's so smart. Green and orange are teaming? Quite possibly. If they communicate it in-game, it's allowed. As long as they didn't communicate out of game, it's allowed. And once again, it makes sense. Like, if anyone in this lobby, like, if anyone in chat is saying, if I was in the lobby, I wouldn't target Beastie, pull your fanboy dummy out. Actually, put your fanboy dummy in. This guy needs to die because he's a huge threat. Even though he's just probably qualified, and you could argue you should focus on other people that can contest your qualification, you don't know how this is going to play out. This guy's already proven his ability to kill the entire lobby. So, he's your neighbor. If you don't give him the appropriate attention, he's going to come and kill you on a delay. We'll low in. Whoa, boy. Buys a little bit of time, but not much. Dude, Holmes can't get a break. This is the second game in a row. He's going to be the first out. And interesting that Dragavan thinks Beastie's the worst target. If you're green and orange right now, Beastie is a problem. Because if you kill each other, Beastie's going to come in afterwards, right? I would say, as well, if you're looking at which player is the biggest threat, do you think, you know, Khan, Vuvavan, or Beastie are seen as the better player? It looks like we're going one Juji player down, so Diakusi and Scarlet Devil are going to be left in the corners. Home Senpai is going to be left waiting in the lobby. Tries to run off, but sprint doesn't last very long. This isn't the absurd king from Outback Octagon, guys. So one player down, and a point now on the board for Scarlet Devil. Agreed, but this is my point. Green and yellow need to deal with Beastie. That is true. I agree, the rest of the lobby, like, Diakusi shouldn't be going to deal with Beastie. It makes no sense. In fact, funnily enough, Khan. Diakusi, this is the problem, buddy. A strategy can be good, but if it's your strategy every game, i.e. building TCs and booming up, there is a weakness in it, in that you're expected to do it. They know you're going to do it, so they can attack you before it actually pays off. Yeah, Diakusi's looking dead. I mean, maybe there's a small chance. I can't see it, though. More Varangian should be coming, right? As long as he keeps spamming Varangian, this should break the TC in time. Also, he does have crossbow lombos, so the king trying to run away is probably not going to work here. You can actually see that Liam's is intentionally parking the crossbows on this side, and the lombos this side. Guarantees you get 2 shots off on the king. Villagers running across with Diakusi. He's got no wood! What? I mean, the TC fire is stronger here, but it just doesn't matter. He needs to gather wood right now and go for a rush repair. King's going to try to break away. Target fire's coming in, though. King down to half HP. Wait, but Liam's... Oh, no, mistakes made. He didn't move the units. There was no start-step fire there. Crossbows now have to dive a keep. This isn't going to work. Orange just dropped the ball. And Diakusi, as a result, will survive by the skin of his teeth. Whew. Uncomfortably close there. It was only half HP, but that should have been a death. If the Lombos had been moving between shots, Khan would have had enough firepower there to take him down. Same with the crossbows, actually. So good timing by Diakusi. A little bit of a slip-up by Khan. I'm getting a bit worried that Beastie's going to stab them both in the back soon, though. We said these are the 2 players that have to worry about him right now. The other possibility is that Sassy rotates south, but we're already seeing Sanich pressure towards the east, so that's going to force a fight up north. So, like, dynamic-wise, what you preferably want to have happening here is green and orange address Beastie. These guys are going to clear each other up. They benefit most from the Beastie affair. The logic being is, like, what happens is either Beastie dies to these players, and you remove one of the, like, highest ranking players. You still keep a ridiculous chance of, like, coming back and outscoring him alive. Or they die to him. And meanwhile, you're booming up, right? You're not having a hard time trying to take down... Probably, I think it'd be fair to say, the most talented free-for-all player in the lobby. I don't think any of the players would feel insulted by that. Beastie definitely has, I want to say, probably more free-for-all games on record than anyone here. Unless I'm missing something about, like, a Vuvavan. Parasite is now moving in. King's already moved, though, so this is not immediately going to yield a kill for Khan. Beast in the Imperial Age, is this where you just go, what, probably Mass Horseman, right? Looks like that's what we're leaning to. He hasn't got the permanence of food, remember? This is shoreline fishing, so it's not going to replenish. Trying to think what my power ranking would be here. BC number 1 in terms of skill for free-for-alls. Well, like, probably Sassy number 2. Then I think it might be Vuvavan or... I don't know about Khan. I'm not familiar with him. But Vuvavan, I know he plays a lot of free-for-alls. There's a Vietnamese team that plays a lot of free-for-alls. He's part of them. Sorry, team games. And team games have similar dynamics in some ways to free-for-alls, right? So I think that holds up in terms of ranking. After that, you're probably looking at like Scarlet Devil. Then it would probably be... I want to say DQC Sanich are closely matched. And finally Khan. Sorry, maybe Khan is a god and I just don't know it. But gods can be slain. And to put it the Hulk way, puny god. Because he's going down. Beastie is gonna snatch a point here. Gets the kill before DQC can pull it away. And that means double-digit scoring now for Beastie Cutie. 10 points on the board. Unassailable at this stage, guys. There is actually mathematically no way he can be, I think, knocked off the top spot. There's a very, very thin chance. So the maximum you can get from one game is 10 points. There are not many people sitting on it more than 0. Realistically, Beastie is qualified. I don't see him dying here. Meantime, Scarlet Devil has teched up on the other side of the map. Scarlet, one of the guys who did score. Sanich on the defense from an age behind here. We do not have Imperial Age on the horizon for the Abbasids. We also have a situation where BC can now get a double up on the points for this particular game. Vuvavan has gone Imperial, but economically it looks like he's behind. I mean, actually no, I'm lying, right? It's 94 to 82. BC has more fishing, but it is multi-TC from green. Okay, so not as cut and dry as I was originally anticipating here. Beastie did only stick on one town center. The reason I'm saying, like, realistically, Beastie is almost guaranteed to qualify here is, like, mathematically the pointage. He gets 10 points. You have to beat 10 points. So I'm double-checking on the scores now. You've got one person 1 point, another 1 point. The maximum that's still up for grabs in this lobby is 8 points, right? Because you can kill 5 players, where 5 points, win for free. So that would put Vuvavan or Scarlet on 9 points. That means they wouldn't have qualified. In the final game, there's a maximum of 10 points up for game. So actually, yeah, I shouldn't have doubted myself. We mathed right. It is mathematically impossible for Beastie to not qualify. Because even if 2 more players got 10 points, because he got 10 points first, he would go through. Sassy, what is this? This is the please leave me alone, I don't want any trouble approach. Stonewall's going up, but they are incomplete. Beastie hunting for extra kills. He has scouted for all the king locations. Hey, don't mind us. We're traveling merchants. We're just looking for some good old resources to find on them. Oh no. It's okay. Sassy's going to confuse them when the king comes out and he has 2 crowns. Guys, I think Sassy's dead. Sass, quick. Type a lot of things in all chat to try and make their PCs crash. Because he's about to crash and burn. Dude, this is a point for Beastie. The king comes out naturally on the northeast side. Sanich isn't in position with the crossbows. He can't get the snipe here. Repairs. Keeping it live on the edge. Wait, he switches over? Still up for grabs here. Beastie pulls to the east side. Now, Sanich kind of needs to kill Beastie first here. Otherwise, he's not getting the point. Actually, Beastie's starting to back up a little. Is he going to allow it? What? Sanich backs away. Are you kidding me? Why? I mean, I guess he's got problems in his own base, but I don't think you're going to be able to, like, I don't think it would lead to your death quick enough here with the pass guard, right? I can't believe this, man. The kill's in. Confirmed. Beastie gets it. That's another point on the board for the guy who's already annihilating the lobbies. He's keeping that trend going. 11 points now for Beastie. Now, the reason I said you shouldn't overreact to this dive is the torque damage is high on Imperial units, but you have fire armor as the Abbasids. So I think he could have hung around long enough to try and get the kill and maybe get back. I think what would have been like an extra 10 seconds, it would have definitely been a bit tight. I guess he just didn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Sanic will arrive in time to repel the first wave, but guys, damage has been done to him, man. A lot of farms vacant here. 99 eco for a guy who went free TC straight away in this game. The Scarlet Devil prepped in the late game. 112 eco and Imperial Age. He's going to keep pumping. Damn. I get that it's risky and you might die, but like, what's the alternative outcome here now? You still took the eco damage. You're now stuck in a 1v1. I'm wondering if it's like worth just taking 1 point and going next game. I guess you could argue that it's not guaranteed that BC will roll the remaining players. Now it definitely feels like it's more likely, considering he has got the extra 100 pop cap. I still feel that this is the fight you lose either way, though, right? Like, you brought a Castlage army to an Imperial fight. I don't know. I'm wondering if, like, in hindsight, Sanic looking back at this one, maybe he would have, if he could go again, he would have just committed to try and get the kill. Because he did have crossbows, guys, and crossbows are the way you can easily get king kills, right? Because you can just target in. Horseman, it's a bit harder. Yeah, Sanic, I think he's close to done. On the ropes already, right? 27 military left over. Pass guard count for Scarlet doesn't seem to be dwindling. It seems to be booming here. And you have to remember, Blue already got 1 kill on Hom Senpai earlier. So he has population advantage in more than one way. Meanwhile, wall's now going up. Beastie is inflating his economy a different way, folks. You know how it is when you play Mongols and free-for-alls. It's payday, baby. Improved bounty. 75 food, 75 gold, 75 stone. It feels good. Looks like he's kind of neglecting to block the walls here. Nice. Sick micro there. Beastie pulled 1 horseman in. So he's going to block the wall up, keep a gap open to raid in. It's going to be hard to die because it is a red pass setup here. Meanwhile, the base of Teal is not going to be able to hide in his pass for much longer. His army's pretty much wiped out. He's down to 5. I think we're moments away from Sanic just calling GG here. Oi, oi, oi. Well, the good news is, dying like this, statistically, there's still a probability of you qualifying, right? Like, we know there's only now going to be 1 slot up for grabs. But as long as Scarlet Devil doesn't go on an absolute bender here, there isn't going to be an overwhelming amount of points in it. What's happened on this south side, by the way? Pink and green just both aren't making moves. That's the dangerous way to play against Diakusi, folks. Diakusi has a reputation as a late-game boomer. He loves being there. He thrives there. It's pretty much the way he knows to play the game. Defend, boom. Makes up 95% of his gameplay experiences. The other 5% is, what the hell, my PC crashed. This guy thrives in that environment. So giving it over to him, especially when he's playing Zhu, which I consider to be one of the better civs playing free-for-alls, is a scary thing to do. King kill finally happened. So Scarlet Devil, I'm going to mark another point on the board for him. Could you imagine if you end up qualifying through to a playoffs with 2 points? Mathematically feasible. So 4 left over. Beastie kind of in chill mode right now, but you see what the strategy is, right? Mass Horseman, go. Mass Horseman, go. And it's kind of intriguing the way it inflates itself due to the fact you can kill all these buildings on the way. And not just that, Beastie now also trading. Now that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Would benefit from breaking this wall because it's forcing him to go around a longer route. But a lot of resources coming in. 71 gold, 7 stone, 7 wood, and 7 food each trader. And that is with the neutral trade, yeah. So he's maximizing. Good guy Sassy built his base here to try and stop Beastie, guys. That's the narrative. Oh my god, please. Guys, it's not just horsemen anymore. Makes sense, right? Like, when you're burning all these buildings and getting gold, might as well build Keshik. I legit think Beastie's going to kill everyone. He just scanned again. He's checking where they are. Diakusi is headbutting the base. He's got the cannons to clear the way on the Red Palace, and that could open the floodgates here. Beastie now marching in. Rohirrim! Beastie with 173 military. 90 horsemen, 75 Keshik. He backs up for a moment, but only to allow reinforcements to arrive. Biology tech there as well. Ludicrously tanky army. The only upside is the start of the fights for Vuvavan, right? Like, his knights one-on-one will win. Arbitrary will help. But over time, it feels like you're going to get grinded down here. He marches in. Starts burning anything as he moves. Makes sense, right? Like, when you got this much melee, these are actually body blockers griefing you. And you get paid to burn them anyway. And you burn them so bloody fast. He's going to back off, so... It looks like he thought that Diakusi was sending it, and he wanted to just milk the kill at the end. He's going to back up. I think, actually, realistically, BC should probably just go. Like, he's sitting at 300 pop. He has surplus resources to replace. Probably his big concern is he doesn't have the vision we do. He doesn't see that Scarlet is chilling. So maybe there's a little bit of a worry for BC that Scarlet's now coming across the map, looking for a cheeky King Snipe. Then again, BC does have quite a lot of vision, so he'd see that coming early. Just burns the building. Look how fast this castle dies. Guys, I thought castles were OP. Pretty sure he lost less units than he got paid to burn that keep. Good God. Well, it's a good thing that BC only has killed 2 people, because I don't want to imagine what the frame rate would look like from 220, roughly, military burning a building. Oh, dude, this is just a jackpot, man. So much resource. The Mongol free-for-all meta is vile. It's such a surprising civ as well. Like, it's hard to make work in regicides because you can't easily protect your king, right? You can't build castles, you can't build walls. But when you spread out the game like this, it's payday, baby. Beastie, do you think you have enough food, wood, and gold now? No? Okay. Well, Diakusi said, nope, that ain't my problem. Stone walls have gone up. Scarlet really benefits from just snatching a kill here. I could genuinely see 3 points deciding who goes through in second place from this group. And he's already sitting on the 2. Starts to make his move here. He has got the cannon as well. Would benefit from 1 or 2 extra bombards. Remember, Scarlet Devil also has 300 population. I have a feeling if Scarlet actually goes on to win this game, game 3... while there is a way someone could come back, it's going to be so difficult. Due to the pacing we've seen from both BC and Scarlet. Like, if both of them pick a player each, I think that's it. So keep an eye out for that. Blue could crown himself in game 2. Knight himself to go into the playoffs. Push comes in. Vuvavan running away with 71 villagers right now. Beastie, still waiting, licking his lips, anticipating the opportunity. Keep in mind, if Scarlet wants that kill, he needs to find a crossing. Guys, the crossings aren't that close. He has to go to the east side, right over here near Beastie's base, or all the way west, essentially diving Diakusi's. I wonder, does he just go after Beastie? The only awkward part here is he's built Pass Guard instead of Spears, right? And his opponent has Mass Cav. So it would have been better to go Spears. Beastie's had enough though. He's moving in. Oh my God. Yeah, a cannon just as a cherry on top here. Good Lord. Burn on the fishing boat. Green's just destitute at this point. Nothing really left of him. Scarlet is starting to move upriver, but is this for the crossing or is this for the dive? That's the important detail to keep an eye out for. It's a bit difficult, right? Like, you know, this late in the game, 34 minutes into a free-for-all, you don't know really what you're diving into. It could be a million cannon emplacements, especially with the amount of bounty that Beastie's been getting. In fact, Beastie's even setting up his own little maze at the back here. Does need to start investing in the cannons, though. Alright, looks like Beastie's just going to take a slow approach. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I think he could just dive in for a pretty free kill. He just doesn't want to risk being a bit weak on army and then having the backstab coming from blue. So it does make sense the way Beastie's playing. Like, remember, there's no rush for him. He's basically qualified. He's vibing. In a way, he can play Kingmaker. So if he wants, he can look at the lineup and say, okay, who do I think is the biggest threat here? Who do I enable and who do I disable? So we mentioned Vuvavan. I'd say in terms of like experience and likely to make it, top 4 in this lobby. Makes sense why you take him out first. Scarlet Devil, I think, is on the verge of that, but obviously he's so far away, it's just not as feasible. I don't feel like Diakusi is going to be that big of a threat in BC's mindset. He knows, like, we've got plenty of statistics to show that BC plays late game better than Diakusi, and Diakusi always plays late game. And that's really advantageous, actually. If you're playing against a person who knows defensive and doesn't want to play out onto the map in the first 20, you can leverage that against them. Not necessarily by killing them, but by killing other targets without having to worry about their interference. So Scarlet is switching targets, guys. So we've got a move to target Diakusi now. It's a lot to break through, though. A lot. Wait, please tell me that was a second choice? No. Does Diakusi not like winning games? He went for the Juji library. He got Dynastic Protectors, and he got 10,000 bolts. Interesting choice here. Although the fact you don't have the movement speed feels like a big no-no. That's why I always say Temple of Sun first, right? Is like, you'll have enough economy to go back for the other. For some weird reason, he hasn't. There's no reason to still be on Song Dynasty. You've got your full farm transition. I don't see you needing more than 50 here. Almost feels like he forgot about it. I mean, looking at this much food and gold, I'm certain he forgot about it. Why would you not want a 15% damage buff? It just doesn't make sense. And in fact, your opponent has that damage buff. He has the Divine Haste movement speed. He has an easy way of winning these fights. He's going to start to hit in. Nestabes are creeping up here. Now, this is the problem. Diakusi doesn't have a solid answer right now. He only has bombards. Meantime, looks like the clash is going to be forced on the other side. Makes sense. You can see what BC's trying to do. He's trying to force a fight by sniping the landmarks. Logic being, he has full melee. He wants to fight in an open area to surround. Meanwhile, Vuvavan wants a choke point, so the Arbitrier can win the fight. Diakusi. Nestabes getting in on it. And Diakusi doesn't look like he's going to be long for this world. Yuan Raiders are now on the way. Great to go raiding, not great to fight up against Palace Guard. There's a lot of base at least to get through, and admittedly it takes a long time for Scarlet Devil's reinforcements to arrive, but look at what's on the way. Mass Lancers, Spearmen as well. He has all the answers on the way. Diakusi is at least maintaining population for now. Has got plenty of resources in reserve to keep that going. On the east side, green versus yellow, looks like Beastie has been pushed away a little bit, but the bombards are hanging around here. Oh, wait, the Roboldican switch. That's sick. Okay, so no wonder BC backs up. That's so crafty. We don't often see Roboldicans, but that's actually that's a winning play for Vuvavan. Full melee army, right? You do need to be a little bit careful with the bombards because they can snipe you down. They're like a pseudo Stringald here. Outside that, a pretty solid answer against the Mass Horsemen. You need it as well with how tanky they are. But hold on a sec. Looks like he's had enough. Maneuver speed arrow activated. He moves in. Beastie, I think he's sick and tired of waiting around here. Bombard's targeting in. If you can't reach this right now, you're going to die. Vuvavan. Red Palace about to go down. Fully surrounded. King tries to bail out here, but he's seen. And soon to be unheard from because he's getting targeted. No way out. Vuvovan will be eliminated by Beastie as he notches another one on the belt and now goes up to a damn impressive 12 points in the group stage of Lord of War. Sorry, War of Lords. I can't help it. I keep saying it the other way around. Good lord. You know what probably happened there is Vuvovan probably didn't have enough frames to deal with that many fire particles on his screen. It's because he didn't get a Ryzen CPU like we did. Don't make the mistake Vuvovan did. Click that link. Take advantage of the offers from Scan and AMD. So that when Beastie comes into your base with 150 horsemen, your Reboldiquins can target what they need to, because your frame rate will still be crisp. The push is continuing. I think Scarlet Devil's going to get this kill. Unless Beastie intercedes. He just scanned. And he's shifting south. Now, Beastie, he drained quite a lot of military doing that. Down to 35 horsemen and 44 Keshiks. But he can easily reboot with this type of resource. And now he can basically delete the enemy's base, what's remaining, and get paid doing so. Imagine if he ever found his way up north towards Sanich's remains. Good lord. I think Dikusi's holding on, guys. He is starting to drain his reserves. Scarlet Devil doesn't have that much, but he does have a bigger army. I don't know. I think Scarlet Devil's making this 10 times harder because he doesn't have any full production. Building a base here is how you win the game. Running it from the way home feels like how you lose. He has got the bombards, though, and if I'm not mistaken, well, we know he's got Ming, so there's a library somewhere. And yes, he has gone for it. So you actually went for the taxmen and the mass bombards, which I love. Watch this. We'll watch it in a second. He's taking out the siege. See that splash damage, though. Force the STVs away. Nice staggered formation as a reaction out of Diakusi. He has got some streams coming into play as well. We still have Divine Haste, though, and this is the other thing. You can't switch over to the extra range on your bombards, because without Divine Haste, these Pass Guard do not arrive quick enough. Kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Crossbow mass. Should start to melt here. He's got a few Lancers trying to wrap around, but guys, dude, it's ironically enough CGQE mode. And it isn't Beastie this time. Although he's starting to manifest a little here. We are up to 4 bomb. Guys, I spoke too soon. It's most definitely CGQE mode. What is with this guy? It always comes around. Some way, somehow. This always ends up happening. 22 mangonels. At some point, overkill is the only word appropriate. Hey guys, it's not many mangonels, right? Like, percentage-wise of his population, a mango's what, 3? Yeah, it's only like a 1/6 of his population, guys. Chill. Ironically enough, all the players are kind of getting towards this, aren't they? A little bit surprised it wasn't Nesta Bees instead out of Scarlet Devil. I mean, the Bombard splash is nice, right? But then the Nesta Bees would be a little bit quicker about this. I guess maybe the logic here is Bombards can just snipe out Siege. Nesta Bees not as good at it. He's starting to creep forward with those Bombards now. You know, I actually think BC's just going to snatch the kill. Oh, wait, BC's building a wonder? Oh, come on. Dude, just go kill them. You've won the game. There were probably quicker ways to win this, but I guess this will be safer. And yeah, I too feel like the splash is a little bit underwhelming. That's why I said Nesta Bees would have felt better here. Guys, please stop fighting. You've got bigger issues. Guys. I actually don't think they're going to stop fighting, by the way. Think about it from Scarlet Devil's perspective. You can either waste time going all the way to the other side of the map to try and stop a wonder, and realistically, you're probably not going to win the game because BC has more population. Or you can let BC have the win, the guy who's already qualified, and kill Diakusi instead and get an extra point to make it more likely that you win. It just makes more sense. Like, I do not like the idea of them stopping and going cross-map. Because if Scarlet has been tracking, he knows BC has more population. And although Scarlet Devil could get the same population cap as Beastie, if he gets this kill, it's the difficulty of getting this kill. It would take you so long that you wouldn't be able to go for the Wonder afterwards. So you might as well just go for this guy in the first place. Curious, I don't think we checked. Who did people predict to win, by the way? 86% to yellow. Wow. I love how you guys are so diverse with your predictions. Couldn't have ever seen that one coming. Scarlet. Looks like he is just going to commit to it. I like this. This is the correct call. Remember, Scarlet is doing reasonably well for himself. He's sitting on 2 points. Got 2 elims in this game so far. This would put him at the 3-pointer. And remember, the closest person after that is Viva Van at 1 point. Every single other person in this lobby, bar Beastie, has 0 points. Beastie, however, is currently on 12. He is undeniable, unbeatable at this stage. SCB flurried, much better. That's what was missing. Look at that punch. A lot more potency behind the comp here. Spirals are going to start sniping out, but Bombards are moving in range. Diakusi starts to pull away. Crossbow mass advancing though. Big mistake made, Diakusi. Not how you want to be fighting here. Crossbow line is starting to thin out a bit. Bombards are moving in for those snipes. Still no divine defense coming in though. I mean, Scarlet Devil doesn't have that extra range to make it much easier to counter these Springles. A keep drop now coming. Staging point to continue on from. Would love to see Scarlet Devil drop a bunch of Raxes and the likes here as well. If you set up your Raxes here, you can just afford to go for Divine Defense, which gives you the range of the Bombards. Spirit spam for the time being though, Diakusi. Trying to fight this back. Still got a few Spirals to work with. Nest of Bees in a holding pattern, and the keep is at least going to go up. But now you need more. Wait, instead Scarlet Devil just standing still right now. And wait, what happened to Diakusi? He's popped. He's losing houses. He's losing villages on the side. BC's being a cheeky git about this. All right, guys. Predictions. How much total economy do you think BC has right now? When we go on him, what is the number when we combine food, wood, gold, and stone? Get your predictions in. Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like there should have been more production forward. Like, it still hasn't happened for Scarlet. He's choosing the hardest way to win this game. Or try and, get the kill, rather. I see this so often in free-for-alls. Forward production is highly underrated. Makes sense if you don't want to do it against Mongols. It's a bit more risky there. But this is against Yuji. Alright, we've got 90 to 100k ranges here. Ready? 50... What was that? 64, about 65k? 65, 67k. Guys, chill. Like, those numbers were absurd. He built a wonder. Think about it. That thing cost him 30,000 resources. Let's be reasonable about this. But he is definitely vibing. 98 villages, 66 traders. And Beastie, I don't think he has anything in queue. I think he's happy with the amount of mangoes he's got, guys. A mango day keeps the doctor away, so this is going to keep an entire ward and surgery team of doctors out. 28 mangonels. Wait, what is Scarlet doing? There's only one possibility that makes some sense, and I don't think it makes much, and that's Sacred Site Victory. If he's genuinely going to try to stop the Wonder, I feel like Scarlet is throwing away his opportunity to qualify. You've got to believe that you can win games, but you've also got to be realistic. You've seen Beastie's name pop up on kills way too often. Wait, what did Beastie say in the reaction video to Vortex about Siege? Did he say it's not a problem? I mean, in fairness, there's a very big difference between 1v1s and free-for-all formats, but yeah, like, this is ultra toxic. It's not easy to deal with this at all. The state of the siege in Age of Empires 4, I think, is still not ideal. I think you need a system that makes Springles not need to exist, because I think Springles is... From my understanding, I've talked to quite a few players on this. I've heard a lot of players' takes. Not many of them like Springles at all. Which, I mean, I can't blame them. There's probably PTSD from Age of Springles release, but even now, it's a conundrum. He's actually moving for it. Yeah, he's given up. So, did he convince Diakusi to join him in an attack? Like, either you've convinced him, or this makes no sense. The only reason you do this is if Diakusi's working with you, but I wouldn't trust Diakusi as far as I could throw him. I'm not sure. Maybe he's light, so I could throw him. I wouldn't trust Diakusi as far as I could throw him while he's holding 80 kilograms of gold. Because Diakusi needs a point to even stand a chance to feel like this is remotely possible at this pacing in Game 3. So I'd be trying to snake a kill on Scarlet. Wait, BC asked them to attack him? Why? Okay, I'm just gonna, like, dude. I guess they're like, yeah, for the content. I would have been like, no. I would have said no. I legit would have been like, no. What's the point? I mean, in fairness, so from their perspective, they know how big BC's army is at this point, right? If they say no to him, he'll probably attack them. But realistically, the only fight that has a change in the scoring dynamics here is red versus pink. Sorry, blue versus pink. Nothing else makes sense here. What? This is just going to be an underwhelming end, isn't it? Dude, I'm not going to waste people's time. Oh, whoopsie. Not like that. I can see the end of the game. It's caught up. Because obviously, like, streamer delay and whatever. This was always going to fail. Like, I don't think anyone is under the delusion that this is going to work. Like, you're running all the way across the map into Mass Mangonel. You lose the first wave, you won't get back across in time. I know, we're going to watch it through. I'm just saying we have the option to speed up a little because we're minutes and minutes behind the end. We're going to speed it up a bit. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding? Beastie's such a snake! Why would you even trust a word out of this man's mouth, let alone from his fingers? Do I need to remind you all of Wham is trading? Scarlet Devil, he fishes for kills, but he's getting nowhere near this. Beastie, however, has one thing in mind. Which castle are you hiding in, boy? I mean, there's no way Scarlet gets the kill in return either. Beastie in with a dive. And a lesson learned. If you are not all trying to murder his ass in Game 3 out of sheer spite if nothing else, I don't know what the hell you're doing there. Beastie with the underhanded backstab. Attack me, it's only fair I attack you. Scarlet's like, what just happened? Why is Diakusi not coming? What have you done to him? What's in the box? A loss for all of you. Beastie gets 5 more points. Bringing him up to an absolutely absurd 17 points in this best of 3 with 1 game to still be played. Jesus Christ, this guy. I'll give him props. He made it interesting in the end. I was bored with the idea that he was just going to stay there the entire time. Qualifying through with 3 points is most definitely an interesting strat. Just type that to the admins. No, not everyone else. One player. Sorry, it has 2 points, not 3. Scarlet Devil has 2 points. Vuvaran has 1. And Beastie has 17. You can't make this up. Beastie's having a good time, I'll tell you that much. Holy crap. Just a reminder, by the way, we have more of this action coming. I believe it's in a week's time after this. If you're not subscribed to this channel, I don't know why you're not. We have so much tournament play coming. So playoffs for this, by the way, we've got one more game today. Playoffs will be 20th to the 22nd. We will be covering them as well. Don't worry about that. Then we also, this weekend, have a custom Civ tournament. Beastie will also be playing in that. We're the official coverage of that. We're the official channel for that. So you want to be tuned in here Saturday, Sunday for your dose of competitive Age of Empires 4 action. Because we are going to be having a 1v1 custom Civ tournament. 4 custom Civs that have all been manufactured, brought together by the wonderful Hosen, who modded them for the Future Kingdoms tournament. We are going to have Vietnamese, Polish, Scandinavian, and Persians as choices. So yeah, definitely tune in for that. You don't want to miss it. That is going to be, I believe it's a 3 p.m. UK start time at least. In fact, let me just double check the print, but I'm pretty sure. Let me pull it up now. Absolutely ludicrous, though. I can't believe that, man. That is just freaking absurd. Let's switch back across here. We go tournaments. Pretty sure it's 3 p.m. start time. Go all tournaments. Ascending Kingdom, sorry. Not yeah, Ascending Kingdom is the name of the tournament. What I said is the name of the mod pack if you want to try it yourself. Future Kingdom should be the mod pack in its full entirety. Not exclamation mark bracket, exclamation mark tournament will get it. And wait, was that meant to be racist? Oh, Jesus, yeah, it is. Well, dude, get out of here. You're a pile of trash, man. Bye. Yikes. Dude, like, what was the thought process of people like that? I mean, I guess there's no thought because they don't have a brain. They probably fantasize about their sister and think headbutting a wall trains your brain to be stronger, right? But yeah, so we got this tournament coming up. Big shout out to Lamet, Hosin, Chile, and Infamia for all organizing it. So it is going to be 17th, 18th. I believe start time is going to be around 3 p.m. UK time, but I'll let you guys know about that to double check. Best of 3, single elim, all the way through to a best of 5 grand finals. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the thing I hate is the hater mentality in the modern age. Like, yes, I've got things I criticize. I criticize AoE4 all the time because of the devs and Microsoft. But, like, it's not, I don't even call it hate, actually. It's logical criticism. But, like, that is just, that's brain dead hate. I'll never understand those people. Thank God. I'm glad I'll never understand those people. I'll just put it like that. All right, guys. So we are just waiting for the next one. They're already in-game. Server is laggy. That doesn't necessarily mean a remake, but I will keep an eye out. I mean, to be fair, if the server's laggy, good. Beastie, Beastie needs a handicap. Dude, I love this Juneberry one so much. Anyone tried these ones? The blue edition. They're the Juneberries. They're pog. Yeah, they're incredible, man. Try Kiwi. I'm not a big fan of Kiwi, to be honest. I don't think I have the Kiwi one right now. So, here, I can show you what I've got. So, we've got a pack of the Juneberry. I've been sent more of the pink edition, which is the forest fruits. These ones are sick. Love these. We also, I'm excited to try these ones, actually. We got the spiced pear, which is pear and cinnamon. I don't think I've had these before, so I'm curious about those. I originally asked for the reds because I thought it was the watermelons, but I got them. I was like, oh, I thought we were still in watermelon time. Red is fully carbonated? No. So nowadays, carbonated. Sorry, yeah. But like sugar-free rather is what I was going to say. All of the flavored ones are now sugar-free by default. At one point, I think they were using. Wait, actually, is it? Let me double check. Maybe it's not. Okay, no, correction. So the way you can tell if they're sugar-free, by the way, see this little thing here? Sugar-free can't. You can identify sugar-free of Red Bulls like that. It's the cap on top will tell you if it's sugar-free or not. Because it's a little bit confusing with the color ones because the usual kind of form is they're more gray. But these ones have sugar, which you can tell by the fact it hasn't got a blue cap. Cactus fruit? Yeah, I love the cactus fruits before. The current green one is the banana pulp thing. I can't remember the name of it, the fruit. But those ones were pretty decent. It's it begins with a C. It's that fruit plus elderflower. Those ones were decent. Not my favorite, but pretty good. You know what is one of my favorites, though? AMDs. Take advantage of that. Click, 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 click. Now, in chat. Do it for me. Quick, guys. What are you going to miss? People setting up their TCs? It's not like anyone's going to drop anything right next to the enemy, right? Right. Oh. All right, let's get ready. Let me quickly update to game free. One thing I will say is kind of weird. I still like them, but they're not my favorites. Is have you guys had the Red Bull no calorie ones? It's weird. The way I described it, it's a little bit like drinking air. It's a very unique experience. But yeah, I don't mind them. I wouldn't say they're my favorites, but I always found that a very interesting idea. 0 calorie Red Bulls. Oh, dude. Well, finally, someone's going to kill Beastie, right? I hope so, because you just saw that correct in the top left corner. Beastie has got 17 points out of a potential 20 here in the group stage of the free-for-all tournament. The $1,000 War of Lords tournament organized by a Vietnamese caster called Clearman. Big shout to him. He's been casting these in Vietnamese on the YouTube side. But this could be wild. I mean, Beastie, I can't believe this. This breaks the record. The prior record was 10 points across 3 games. He has 17 points in 2 games. And on top of that, he just screwed Hom Senpai over. The ball pull forces him to run away. This guy has no luck in this. He's been first out in game 1, first out in game 2, and doesn't look great for game 3. I'm starting to really feel for Homs, man. Hom Senpai not having a good time. The other players, a lot more condensed this time around, actually, with the one exception being Sanich. Sanich is vibing in the southern corner. Yet Sanich seems to do a good job, I say, of like finding an area to boom. He doesn't seem to make enemies, and on the old format of free-for-alls, that's not a bad idea. Regicide, it's a terrible idea. Dominion, it's a terrible idea because you need to get kills. You need to get population. So being this far away doesn't bode well for Sanich, in my opinion. Maybe he can go for a raw fast castle build and spam sofas and find a timing. We'll have to see. But he's insanely far away from any targets right now. In fact, that has just reminded me. Let's get predictions ready. Gee, I wonder who people are going to predict to win. I can never predict what people are going to predict. I don't even know why I'm letting you. At this point, I'm just feeding you guys free points. I mean, Beastie's definitely a big problem that needs to be addressed. The problem is, and this is a weird dynamic we discussed in game number 2, the further ahead Beastie gets, the less desirable as a target he becomes. The only reason he should be targeted by people at this point is because he's the next door neighbor, right? So, for example, if you're very close to Beastie and you don't address him, he's probably going to kill you. That's where this could be good and lead to finally the Beast being slayed. He's between quite a few players, and I'd say pink and red, he's closest to them, right? He's saved by the left side, where there's a lot of condensed nature here, so these shouldn't be involved, but this should be Homs and Sassy trying to kill Beastie. No, he's not as in trouble as much as you think, guys. Like, there's no way orange, purple should be addressing him, because they've got green and blue to worry about. So this should turn into, like, probably a 3-way affair with green griefing over here. And that should buy time for Beastie to try and deal with Homs and Sassy. What sims do we have? Do we have anything that's kind of extraordinary here? Diakusi does have the Japanese. I hope he plays them as they're intended here and doesn't just build a million TCs. That is definitely not what I want to see here. I do think that the Japanese are really good. Wait, they're remaking? Why are they remaking? What? Did someone DC? Alright, guys. Apologies. Right, I'm just gonna call Group D what it is. This has been the experience of all the groups. There's been so many remakes in Group D. Yeah, this is kind of silly. Like, it's also just kind of, if I'm being blunt, get it over with. Figure it out between the remaining players. Like, Beastie's already taken one spot, you're taking that away. Alright, apologies for that, folks. We'll just let it play out the last few minutes, because obviously we're going to have to wait a few minutes for the lobby anyway. Watch blue, see what happens. Okay. You don't know if sus. We'll find out. Dude. Alright, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that with Jean before. In fairness, if he doesn't have sheep, it makes sense. Yeah, he has no sheep. Like, anyone who thinks that's the sus piece, he has no sheep. I mean, it could be sus because of that, but yeah. 17 points, what happened? Beastie happened, cool. Beastie happened. Core, do you feel a little bit small now next to him? I legit think someone's just going to qualify from this group with 3 points. I mean, you guys say that was sus. Where was his scout? That's the only thing, because, like, his scout was come back for a while. He wasn't doing anything, right? I don't know if it was that sus in particular. I mean, he does have a sucky spawn, right? But, yeah. Isn't this his first DC? Guys, who DC'd so far in this series? I'm going to play police on this. Because there was a DC from... Was it in Game 2, the first remake? Wasn't it Khan as well? Or was it Scarlet Devil? I think it was Scarlet Devil. Oh, it was Khan. Really? Okay. Yeah. So, no, okay. Whoa, Liam DC twice. Okay. I'm letting the admins know. I mean, it could generally, guys, it could just be he has really sucky internet or something. But like this is a problem in general. I'm just giving you a little bit of feedback now. Don't tune the beastie? Okay. Stay here, guys. PMA stream. There you go. That's my advice. Sorry, I'm just giving feedback. So I basically just told the admins my advice is I would say have a DC limit for the series. series in total. So, like, for example, maybe a DC budget of 3 times maximum for the grand finals, because it's going to be 6 games across 3 days. Because the reality is, like, there's a point where it just looks like someone is taking advantage of your kind attitude. And I think that has happened, maybe. I don't want to speculate, but it doesn't look good. Issues, the rule wasn't there ahead of time. Tell him this is the last remake. He can force. That makes it clear. Right. And then, yeah, I'd say, what do you think, chat? 2 or 3 remakes max per person? I think 2 is maybe reasonable. No, I'm going to say remakes to 2. And the reason I'm going to say that is because the finals are going to be six matches. I think for 6 matches for the finals for the playoffs, 2 remakes maximum as a budget is reasonable, right? But yeah, like for a free series, probably 1 remake. 2 is like you being very generous. All right, apologies for that, folks. We're now remaking the lobby, so we should be underway shortly. Yeah, so we're discussing it now. They're probably going to look to implement what I just recommended. So 2 maximum DCs per player across the finals, which is the 20th to the 22nd. And then within that, we're probably going to be looking at a maximum of 1 remake per player per day. DQs crash loading. All right, so that's interesting. Well, I wonder if you count crashing on. I think crashing on loading is just an auto remake. That's fair, right? So what I recommend to them is that, like, on the crash on load, maybe make it a budget of like 2 to 3. What do you think, guys? 2 to 3 is what I'm thinking. It's like a budget of 2 to 3 on crash, or do you think it's always a remake? Because I'm just thinking if someone's PC is so sucky that they are crashing every single time, or the internet is dropping out every single time, it's like they just the games aren't playable at all. So you have to put a limit somewhere. Wait, is my keyboard that loud? Really? I thought I had it quite quiet. I guess not. So I've said to them, like, a budget of 2 to 3 for, like, crash before lobby even load. And the reason there is, like, while there isn't anything shady or nefarious behind it, the problem is if you allow them to keep crash remaking, they are going to hold up the entire tournament and you won't complete the day. So, like, you have to set a limit, basically. Because, like, there's, you know, it's the equivalent. If you don't do that, it's the equivalent of a doctor trying to resuscitate someone who's been dead for, like, has been, you know, technically dead for over half an hour. You're like, just call it. You need to call it. right? All right. Who organized? This is organized by Clearman. He's a Vietnamese caster who casts across on YouTube in Vietnamese. So yeah, if you know Vietnamese, definitely give him a check-in. You might enjoy him. If you're English, this is the official place to be. Yeah, to the whole point that, of like, what Dragvan said, this is why you shouldn't have money for these type of tournaments. I mean, dude, you can put your money wherever you want. Free-for-alls are never going to be the epitome of, like, competitive play, but they don't need to be. They can be entertaining instead. That's just as important. Hello, Voldemort. What is up, my dear? Hopefully you had a good stream. Hopefully you got some wins. You were joking? Nah, dude. Be serious on it. But yeah, I think like but there are people that feel that way, that it should always just be 1v1 because the epitome. I think like the idea with these type of tournaments is entertainment value, right? That's why I've said like I love the idea of someone coming up with maybe a wild Empire Wars format and doing a tournament. Like we talked about the idea of like crafted maps. It might be terrible, but it's like exploring new entertaining things. And I still stand by it that like we've never had crafted maps, so no one even knows. Did you miss an important rant? Just some suspicious activities in the free-for-all formatting. I was saying, like I think I mentioned this the other day, and I've given that feedback now. I liked a lot of the ruling, the way they designed the handbook, but some gaps have clearly been exploited, and I said those need to be closed. So for a start, there needs to be a budgeted limit on the playoffs. Handbook sucks. I think it has good baseline rules, but there's gaps that aren't filled in that lead to exploitation. Like, as a baseline, they've got the idea of, like, not overcomplicating the rules, but there's clear exploitation points. And one of them, for example, is, the fact that if someone DCs twice in a set, too bad. I'm sorry, at that point, like, it's something on your end, probably, right? Or you're doing it on purpose. So, like, you need to have that to stop people just be like, oh, I got a sucky spawn, remake. And going, no, it wasn't the spawn, I just crashed. And I've already told them that for the finals, for the 6-game finals, 2 maximum remakes per player, so they can't exploit it to the extreme. The handbook has nothing. Yeah, true. But like, this is the thing. That's where it gets into the dark hole. If you at least have these things I'm talking about, you've covered some of the obvious stuff, and the others are admin discretion stuff. And people can suck it up and not like that's admin discretion stuff. But like, I always say, if you try to create a handbook that encompasses every single bloody thing, good luck. The players won't even read that much to begin with. But, you know, the list goes on, especially in these formats. But yeah, around the remakes, the big thing. And then I said, even if it's a crash before load, there should be a limit to there, because there's a point which you pass where if the person keeps crashing before load, it's the PC that's the problem. And you can't hold up the entire tournament for that. The players seem quite confused. Yeah. And I think some that got lost in translation. I agree. Like I said, around the pointing, I think the things I looked around the handbook, I like their pointing format. I like those sort of things. But these gray areas are the things that I did say I'd be a bit worried about. Maybe I'm being over nice about the handbook. I think like for their first tournament, which I think is the first one, the handbook was reasonable from understanding a good format that would be great for entertaining content, and some details alongside that. But yeah. In terms of loopholes for people to exploit, that's where I think they're going to learn a lot from this tournament. Well, the teaming is allowed in... as long as it's made clear in the lobby that you're teaming, right? The issue is going to be if people are colluding, but you can never stop that. You can never stop people colluding. Like, this happened with Outback Octagon big time, right? It's obvious. I'm just going to flat out, like, give you a peer behind the veil. Without revealing the players, I talked to one or two of the players, and they bluntly said, of course we were teaming. They legit went, of course we were colluding. Because everyone else was colluding. One of the players was like, I got asked to collude by 4 different people. I think the other awkward issue is if you can only chat in game, I was mentioning it might be a bit funky, like especially in this lobby. I don't know how much English Diakusi knows. I don't know if Vuvo Van and Khan speak some English and Scarlet Devil. So like, even if you knew BC was a problem in game 1, how do you communicate that? Diakusi can speak English? Okay. But the others, right? I don't know how good their English is. Louis' Japanese is insane. I'm not surprised. I checked his data and saw he's been spammed the crap out of it. He was dirty before. I haven't seen his games, no. But like, you've seen the one I cast Voldemar between him and like him and I think Wham and him and Poppy Paw. He done it to both of them. Like the Order of the Dragon matchup where he basically built the Buddhist monks and he spammed temples across the map. Wait, what? 2-1 was talking a lot and you guys couldn't even see? Jesus Christ. I didn't know that. That is ultra chalked. So what you're saying is 2-1 is praying right now that 2-1 was Chinese, right? I think he's one of the Chinese players. Let me double check. Oh no, yeah. So like what you're saying right now is Opajoy, and anytime you see Opajoy and Unicom talk, you got to get sus, right? Oh, sorry, no, sorry, he's not Chinese, he's Vietnamese, right? Yeah. So basically, anytime Kyo and Opajoy talk, you got to be sus. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. Jesus Christ. But can they see stuff? Could you like? It's gonna be cursed. But could you technically change your language settings in Age of Empires 4 and then see their messages? Or is it maybe you need to download the font pack for Vietnamese? I don't know if you automatically have not font pack, the language pack. I don't know if I assume Windows has it though. I don't know. You know what you guys should have? Good deals. Click that link right now. Go, go, go. You've got a little bit of time. It's early game. No one's going to die in the first 3 minutes. Right. Quickly check out AMD. They partnered with us. AMD and Scan have come together to sponsor the channel. Because they believe in us, they believe in Age of Empires 4, they believe in you guys. And they believe in giving you good deals. You can get up to 4 games for free as a nice little payback for buying on their website. Very reliable vendor as well, by the way. Scan has been active for over 20 years at this stage. They're not going to go bust anytime soon. They're actually one of the most stable of the PC companies you'll find in the UK, and they do ship throughout Europe. So give them a check-in. Let's get ready for the final game. Ooh, what the? All right, pack it up, dude. He's going to break records here. Beastie Cutie is the only person with fishing. One and all, welcome to the final game of Group D here in the $1,000 free-for-all tournament, War of Lords. Shout out to Clearman who organized this. This has been an insane one. Beastie has broken the records. Before Group D, the best finisher after 3 games was 10 points total. After 2 games, Beastie Cutie now sits on 17 points. And with a spawn like this, I don't think he's done yet. This is a wild one, actually, because while Beastie has locked himself in, 2 people come out of each of these groups. There's still 1 spot up for grabs, and anybody could take it. Right now, Scarlet Devil in the pink is looking like the most likely. He has 2 points to his name. Vuvovan in the green has 1. Every single other person in this lobby has 0 points. Beastie paying people to grab. Dude, you'd think it. Diakusi's at least going to get a slice of it. He's on the Japanese. I mean, in fairness, it's a balanced out thing, right? Yes, Beastie got all the fishing, but you also got Delhi. I haven't really been impressed by Delhi in this tournament format yet, but maybe Beastie can surprise me here. I mean, it is a lot of food. In fact, oh my dear God. Yeah, so Diakusi's going to sneak in. Beastie could die really quickly. The thing you have to remember is when you get this much food, it can usually turn to fast castle. How would you feel about Japanese versus Delhi fast castle? Like, long feudal, you favor Delhi, right? Like in a 1v1 format, Delhi destroy the Japanese. But Fast Castle, mass mounted samurai versus what, like mass lancers or maybe try to go spears after they lay on the upgrades. We've seen massing spears against mounted samurais can, weirdly enough, be difficult to do, let alone win that fight because of the deflective armor. And I'd expect attack timing to be more aggressive, more better tuned for purple. In fact, actually, I think the easiest way you could kind of win this if you're Diakusi, it doesn't leverage the food fully, but I'd say like archery range with Fast Castle is pretty sick. Because then Yumi, right? Like your opponent tries to go Spearman, you've got the answer. If he goes Men at Arms, like you can just switch into Onimusha with the archery range. I think it solves a lot of the problems. You could also just play Rax, because at the end of the day, even if your opponent has to have victory, and that does give a 20% increase to attack speed with Men at Arms, you know, you're talking about 12 base damage, 20% extra, that ends up being 2.4 damage. With Adachi tech, you get the +6, right? So definitely a winnable matchup with Rax play for Diakusi. Sassy, meanwhile, has a pretty cozy spawn here, actually. I gotta say, I've been impressed by Ibids in these free-for-alls so far. They have some really cool timings to attack with, and that's really what this game mode is about. Remember, we are playing Dominion mode, where it was double incentive to actually kill the kings. For one, you get the 50 pop cap that you would in a normal game, but remember, you get 1 point per king kill. You only get 3 points for winning, so if you go on an absolute bender and butcher the entire lobby, but then die to the final player, you'd still yield more points. Is Ghazi a good option? I don't think so. Like, this is realistically going to be Fast Castle, right? And the gold is underneath the TC, so diving this is difficult. I feel like both players are probably going to rush Castle. I mean, he could try Mass Ghazi with fishing. Like, there's a way it potentially works. Maybe an Outpost rush. An Outpost rush would be kind of sick here. If you block the gold, then Diakusi can't play for the age up, right? So you could go Ghazi into a delayed Outpost rush, and then even if he gets the gold together for tech, he won't have any gold-to-gold units. Damn, Diakusi even go for the deer as well. Meanwhile, elsewhere, looks like we've got Vuvavan on the Marlians this time of the green. Southside is going to have a little bit of company in that corner. Sanic has a history of finding these campy spots far, far away from people, which I think is a negative in Dominion anyway. He has got the Marlians, which can kind of spam surf to run across map. But it's really important to get that initial surge point. Like a Zergy Civ needs to have that pop advantage. So having a next door neighbor that you could try to target out first, Mr. Khan over here, could be perfect. At this point, KJ, there's no point killing Beastie. The only person who needs to kill Beastie is Diakusi because it's his next door neighbor. Right? So if you don't kill him, he'll kill you. Because the reality is, Beastie's qualified. Wasting time on him if you don't need to doesn't get you closer to qualifying. It actually gets you further away, right? Because if you get stuck and bogged down in a fight against what is clearly the best player in this lobby, like having 17 points and the next closest being 2 points guarantees that, it's a waste of time to do this clash, right? If you can avoid it. Go for easier targets, creep up your population count, creep up your point count, and then go from there. And the reality is, like, if this guy is already qualified, he's not who you're competing against for the final slot. All these other people are. Definitely got my eye on Scarlet Devil, though. Scarlet Devil and Vivo Van seem most likely. I think their performance has been good. Hom Senpai has been having a hard time of it. I'm not sure how I feel about... Wait, what? They're both French. I was about to say, like, if you're an infantry civ, it's kind of a bigger advantage here, right? Being this close together. And yeah, to confirm, you will get the point for a kill if you kill the king, or you kill... well, you basically kill the player. And you can do that by either killing the king or killing the landmarks. Either one will work. Diakusi. He's actually going to play across here for an outpost rush. Okay, so locking Beastie in the Age. Wait, and he's still Dark Age. Oh my god, he needs to rush more people over. Villager's going to garrison side. Beastie, that's not enough gold. Now, keep in mind, he could transport ship across to the south side, but from here, Diakusi could just rush an Age up. Wall's also going up to guarantee he can't rush it down. Villagers are going to be pulled, so there's a small window here, right? Not a full garrison on the outpost yet. Scholar is going to be pulled for the heal. Smart reaction by Beastie. This is going to keep him alive. And I love the micro there. No villager losses for Beastie. It looks like it's going to be one clipped in the end. But remember, as long as he gets the gold, he's got a very solid position on the fishing. And this is now going to force him to go into those Ghazi we were Fury crafting. So 2 villages down. BC probably going to be going Tower Victory here for the longevity. Though my faith isn't too bad either. There you go, tier V. I imagine you just spam Ghazi afterwards. It is going to be Kura Storehouse, which to me is a little bit greedy from Diakusi. Koka might have been a little bit better, just because your opponent has a 4 dock here. So now he can attack you. Oh my god, dude, what? I'm reading chat, but BC, of course, is taking advantage of the buff fishing boats. They did lose 1 base damage, but fishing boats have perfect accuracy now. They no longer miss. So he strips all the extra economy Diakusi had and puts him down to just 3 fishing boats in a game where, admittedly, Diakusi does have the deer, but he only has 4 sheep. Yeah, maybe the Kura was the right choice after all. In fact, he's doing the wood strategy. So you passade round and leave it like this to guarantee wood trickle. It is expensive at first, though. Like, that's the only negative I have about this type of play. It's like, this doesn't start to pay off until, what? I'd say about a minute plus, at least, usually. But the problem with that, you know, is also on top of it, because you've just tapped them, done no health, someone ever comes by to delete them, it's just a bad investment. They just torch them down. Like, even just shoot them with 12 archers is a wasted investment. Sassy. Is he prepping for a quicker age up? I'm wondering. No way you hang around, right? It looks like he might. Double stables this early. He doesn't have the feudal go together. He went 2 TC Iabid, by the way. Not Abbasids. This is Iabids. So I guess he's going to hunker down. Play for a little bit of a late timing. Meanwhile, Outpost shenanigans in from both pink and orange. South side, looks like we have got Jones circling around the base of the Malians, just trying to deny Sanich out. Oh, dude, this is tough. Sanich doesn't have much to work with, right? Yeah, he's got no sheep. He's on the cattle already. He has got a pit mine, but he placed his TC right next to the gold, right? So you save on the mining camp, but you also grief yourself on one of the extra houses. In fact, end up being 2 here. Okay, that's actually kind of intriguing by Diakusi. So chopping this wood line, I mean, 1, you don't want to run all the way home, but I think 2, the logic is less wood for your opponent to work with long term. I don't think it's enough to really matter, though. I love that. He did go for it. Beastie with the transport ship play has snuck out for the gold. Dude, that's actually vulgar. This is a fast castle build. And Diakusi doesn't realize it. He's like, gotcha. Trapped you. Solved for you. But he hasn't. He doesn't realize what Beastie's really doing here. And that's worrisome, right? He's going to waste time on this naval fight. He's going to take his time on land. And then all of a sudden, Beastie with just a handful of lances could shut him down. Even just a handful of men-at-arms actually works wonders here. I'd say you go for the MAA. Your opponent's really close by. Men-at-arms produce quicker. You can double the production of a single racks in limited space. And you do have that Tower Victory, right? So makes the men-at-arms even more justifiable. Good lord. Meanwhile, Sassy is going for that tech now. Advancement is going to be the option he leans into. So, I wonder if logistics would have been better. You're right in the center of the map. You can still play for them, but it would have given you a more aggressive timing. After all, you don't know if someone else has a very safe spawn when they're not being harassed. Like, for example, look at these civs. I mean, Japanese could be nearby. They get their first relics in very quickly. If Beastie's anywhere nearby, he could be rushing relics as well with a free tech up. And if I look at Sassy's vision, yeah, he hasn't revealed, like, for all he knows, there's a player sitting here, sitting here, sitting here. DC thinks it's about time for a tech up. So, just standard COD. I mean, House of Learning's pretty good here, right? You have got fishing, so you can kind of do without. Waste of demo ship here. So, completely pushed off of water now. I mean, he's trying to build up additional docks here. Our ship is going to be moving in, and Diakusi, I don't think that's going to be quick enough. Gets targeted down, gets denied on the dock. It's going to lose the one that he still has alive. Shifts away with the villager on 2 HP, but still. With a land transition coming in, And Beastie sneaking this tech up, unseen by Diakusi. I think we're going to be saying farewell to the purple player first. This is what happens, you know. It's beat Diakusi. Come and do a game. Don't call yourself Divine Junior. Lie to yourself that you can play all in pre-10 minutes. And learn the hard way that Beastie isn't going to allow it. Oh, yeah. The positioning of these buildings due to the limited space as well. Diakusi's going for the full wall in. There's going to be a breakthrough here on the tree line anyway, though. He also has the transport ship to get around this, so it doesn't really achieve much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhone with the push in, Malians. Struggling a bit to hold in this area. Archer count is reasonable, could easily annihilate the Donzo. Javelin count incredibly low. Sanich, only 4 to his name. The Knights do dive in to target them out. Zhone also with the Divine Restoration allowing the stand here. And Sanich now truly on the ropes up against Khan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Diakusi about to get the true bad news. Rax is now being dropped with limited space, usually a negative, but the beautiful thing is with the Scholars, you can make this more efficient. We even have more villagers getting picked up to be dropped off outside of the walls. Meanwhile, this has turned into a mess. Wait, Scarlet doesn't real. Oh no, Scarlet, no. Hom Senpai getting some freebies there as the Deer Gathering leans in range of the TC. Sassy is now starting to emerge to this conflict zone on the south side. And a pretty good place to be, by the way. Remember, Orange and Pink are both playing French. Perfect to spam camels against. So in the meantime, Zhone did die on the south side. More Rams are on the way, though, and Sanich doesn't really have anything. 5 Javelins doesn't really feel that great here. He did at least eradicate some of the Knights. But Zhone is starting to milk the XP a bit, right? Like, we check in on her. Yeah, guys, she's 368 XP out of 500. Feels like it's a matter of time before we say farewell to Sanich, which would guarantee that no 3D clan member makes it to the playoffs. Which is interesting, actually, because I'm trying to... Did B play? He played... Yeah, B came 4th in Group A. We saw Garnath get completely brutalized. Former 3D clan member Anatan came 3rd in his group. No 3D clan presence. That's a Siege Workshop. Okay, so Beastie. Makes sense, right? Like, there's always a risk Diakusi tries to rush up a Shogunate. Gotta say, he is at least doing a good job of boxing Beastie in. This is buying time for other things to happen on the map, right? So in a weird way, Diakusi is influencing results. He's keeping a lot of other story arcs open here for who's going to qualify in that second spot. Damn. Khan's looking to send it. Teal up to 9 Javelins. The only issue with this, like the thing that can sometimes feel really sucky about spamming this many Rams with French and Zhone, is if you're spamming Knights, you can't garrison them aside, so you can't like clown car shenanigan, right? Viva Van has also been insanely quiet at this point. But he's teched up. Massimo Safadi is going to be on the way. Yeah, this is a Shogunate rush. Unfortunately. I don't know if that works. So regain of access onto the gold. Men-at-Arms numbers are starting to scale up. Diakusi is still just age 2. King's going to make a move. Okay, so BC less likely to get the kill at least, but... I mean, Diakusi, I just don't see a way back now. It's double treble already hitting in. Shogunate Castle upgrade is at least going to be there. But this doesn't feel like a sustainable position, right? Like, he hasn't got wood gathering going on right now. So repairs are going to be annoying and not sustainable long term. He's trying to get towards that castle play. I guess in theory, if you can get into maybe the samurai, I can see it working. Blue, once again. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Khan is 14 XP away. Knights have been let in, though. And they do enough. One Donzo still in the mixer, muddying the waters somewhat. I think this is the end, finally, for Sanich. He's on the verge, right? He doesn't have an answer to the Rams here. He can maybe pull the villagers and start torching them down. But Archers and Knights are trickling in. At this stage, you do not have a standing army. No doubt about it. Khan is going to get a much-needed point on the board. Village is now being pulled. Last-ditch effort. No textiles, though, means that this is not a reliable force. Sofa spam also questionable, right? He probably doesn't feel like he can get Donzos out against archers. But you're never going to win a fight up against knights. Oh, Sassy. He's looking to secure one now as well. So Pink has been reduced to rubble at this stage. He has no standing army. He went for the Castle Age play on a delay, whereas Hom Senpai went for it first before building an army. Funnily enough, because Sassy chose to go left instead of right, it means Hom Senpai has a chance after this. It's starting to feel like Scarlet is dead. And that's a big one, guys. Remember, Scarlet Devil's in second place here. So he would need a lot of point distribution everywhere and BC to win the game now to qualify. Because remember, whoever wins this lobby will get 4 points. 1 for the kill and 3 for the win. So if you're Scarlet Devil, you are praying that Beastie wipes the lobby for the 3rd time. Vuvo Van is the competitor, though. He's already on 1 point. He's moving in now. This might be a yoink! Scarlet, the best thing you can do right now is run into the arms of Sassy. King's going to come out. He's going to try to make a break for it. It's going to be a rush in. Lancers have the high damage. Does he have the timing? He does not. Vuvo Van snatches it right from underneath Sassy's nose. And now he might get a second one. He chases in. What a turn of events here. Vuvo Van now matching the points of Scarlet Devil. He needs one more to take second position in the group. And he's going to get it. Surround's coming in. You can see Sassy's trying to circle. We can't allow this. You have to commit now, though. I think if you wait around, the King's going to be surrounded for too long. Oh, man. You got to feel for Sassy. What a way to get yoinked like this. There's no play here. There's no snatch. It's going to be 2 points secured at the very beginning for Vuvo Van. Ay, ay, ay. King is going nowhere but the afterlife here. And Hom Senpai, I mean, it's an improvement. I'll give him that, right? 2 games in a row, he's first out. At least this time, he made a new record on survival. Beastie, he just got the kill. That's the QC dead. Landmarks got sniped out, so there we go. Beastie now at 18 points in this series. Already, we are down to just 5. Lancers are trying to raid in, but I mean, if he brings back the Musafadi, oh my god, he's just going to go for the snipe. This is a sick read from Vuvo Van. There's not enough Camel Lancers to get the kill quick enough here, right? And you can just trickle new Musafadi to kill them. But what's Sassy's answer to this? This is insane. Vuvo Van has 100 Musafadi right now. He's going to gun it. Castle drop comes in. That's a smart reaction by Sassy. It gives him more time. Camel Lancers got butchered, though. He had to back away. It's starting to feel like Sassy's going to have a bitter series here with a 0-point finish. Needs to hold fast. Spinman is the correct reaction to come out here up against the Mass Musafadi. You don't want to be building heavily armored units against this. TC is close enough that he should be able to clown car across to the castle. Wallo is going to come in to look to snatch a few Musafadi. Will be a back out of range just in time. But Sassy, chef's kiss reaction here. Mwah! Exactly what he needed to do to stay alive. Vuvo Van now running away with just 68 Musafadi. Sassy definitely feeling the sting there, but with 120 economy, far from dead. I'll tell you who is dead though. That's it. Sanich is out. Khan claims a life. He finally gets on the board after 3 games and 3 remakes. It only took like 5 games technically, but we've done it. Khan gets a point. By the way, Joan is subtly kind of insane in Regicide. This. Divine Arrow goes up to 140 damage. If I remember correctly, I think you can get high enough damage with chemistry to, I'm not sure quite 1 hit, but it's very, very close. You do like 180 damage roughly. So Joan's kind of the ultimate king killer, really. If you can get to the level 4. At this pacing, the game might be over before that, though. A lot of time was burnt on that. And we now see Beastie on the move. Yo, is that Was that forced march? No, he's just waddling him out. Trebuchet's on the move. Dude, he's going to take Khan out. So a little bit of context here. There was a remake for Game 2 when BC had a really good spawn. There was a remake for Game 3 when, I wouldn't say BC had an insane spawn, but it's probably just annoying to have to do more remakes. Khan was the player that dropped before this for the remake for Game 3. I cannot help but feel this is ever so slightly targeted Beastie marching across to another corner of the map to try and get a kill now on Khan. Khan trying to rush the age up, but look at this Vuvavan coming in! Green marching in towards Blue's base here. Men at Arms are winning this fight as well. Remember, these are just Feudal Age Knights up against a higher number of MAA. And level 3 Zhone, not even melee form. She can't even rely on the cleave. She's going to get clapped down. Trebs are now moving in. Lance is also on the way. What's Sassy doing here? Dude, he's fishing for the kills. He needs it. And the King runs out. Sassy, could he get this? He's not going to be able to. It's a King kill. Vuvavan, now another point on the board. 4 points means it's almost impossible for anyone else to make it through. Sassy would need to kill Green and kill Beastie to score 5 points to make it now. I'm just going to point out the less subtly obvious thing here, guys. Beastie can choose who goes through. If I was Vuvavan, with the way this is playing out, I would rush Sassy right now. Because if you don't, Beastie can choose. He can either eliminate Sassy, or he can eliminate you. Or he could almost kill you and then back away. There's technically nothing in the rules about 90% killing someone and then walking away. Now, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you can. This is the tough part with free-for-all formats. Every time you think you've covered all loopholes, there's one more. If Vuvavan's entire army got wiped, all but one landmark got sniped, and then Beastie walked away, Sassy could walk in. Now, once again, I'm not saying they're going to do that. But I am saying that this is, right now, if you think about it strategically, this is like, this is why group stages can be awkward with round robin sometimes, because if a player is like, if a player is already qualified, they could, I'm not going to say throw a matchup, but they could like experiment and not try the hardest to get like a better seeding to get an easier matchup in playoffs, right? This is why a lot of the round robin formats have kind of been sliced, diced, and changed up in more recent years for that very reason, right? Because like right now, Vuvavan is sitting in a pretty cozy 4 points, right? Which Sassy has 0. But because there's 2 players left, there's a total of 5 points up for grabs. Trebs. They are opening it up here. Sassy is also on the move. Now the Trebs can blitz the keep. King is knocked out of it. Has still got the TC. Trebuchets are going to get taken out here. Vuvavan, quite a bloody big army. 146. Sassy, meanwhile, not as impressive. Only 70. Vuvavan has got more population to work with, right? He's got multiple eliminations. He can zerg like crazy. Beastie, if he wants to kill Vuvavan, needs to move fast. And wait. We've got the safest corner imaginable here. And we have got elephants on the way, but it takes a long time to arrive. Sassy. Awkward situation, right? Economically, is he ahead at this stage? I mean, he's imped up. Vuvavan hasn't teched yet. So, like, actually, I think Sassy, there's a realm in which he takes a fight. It is a double military force, so it's not a fight in one. You'd have to come back for multiples. Looks like he did go for the Desert Raider option, which is really strong. So the way this works out, I think it's like 640 resources for free a minute. That's wild. And Desert Raiders scale really well into the late game, especially when you Sim City up to Golden Age 5, because you get that 20% faster attack speed. Add in the fact that when you go ahead and get camel support, elite Desert Raiders can get 13 melee armor. And your opponent has built Mass Musafadi. He'd be doing 1 damage in melee. That's kind of wild. In fact, Vivovan needs to build more Donzos to contest that problem. Looks like he's getting ready for a tech up now. New keep coming up. What's BC up to? His army's not that big, right? 55. Economy looks good, though. 126. We have got keep drops coming in, and he is deep enough in the game. These are now functioning as town centers. Remember, though, BC only has 250 pop. And that's why I said he kind of has to move soon. Because Vuvovan's a big problem. Love the torch in the houses. Vuvovan can't produce more right now. And yes, kills are worth 50 population. It's just Vuvovan hasn't built enough houses. Sassy. Might get surrounded here. Slight overextension coming in. It's going to be a flood from both sides. Vuvovan, he's going to get the wipe here. There's not enough troops. Mango's also joining in, guarantees that. Hand cannon near trickle is cool. Just, you haven't got enough time. You haven't got enough front line. They're leaked in everywhere. This is true Zerg at its finest. 82 Musafadi still, so that's going to be a back away. However, it is a body check here. Vuvovan is an Imperial, yes, but his army is getting mostly wiped. In fact, as I said that... Wait, what? Okay, I think Vuvovan didn't micro that correctly. The Mangonels weren't immediately going after the hand cannoneers. So by some miracle, Sassy is still alive in this fight. He will eventually get wiped out, but look at what he's done to Vuvovan. Guy's going to be down to under 50 military with an economy of 72. Even with Fulani, that does not compare to 120 eco in the late game for the Ibits. Ooh-wee. Now, if Sassy can keep doing this, guys, I actually think Vuvo's dead. He went free TC behind this. The problem for Vuvo is he just doesn't have the economy to immediately inflate that count again. Sassy does. Sassy's been prepping for this. I mentioned the eco situation. Remember, he also got his hands on a bunch of relics, right? Dude, he got 6 relics in this game. And I believe he did already prep Tithe Barns. Yeah, so he's flooded with resources. Keep in mind, if Sassy gets this kill, he could realistically beat Beastie. Beastie only has 250 cap. He only killed 1 player. That would put them neck and neck on population. And I gotta say, between the Desert Raiders and the Sons Mameluke's bravery, Ibids are actually no pushover in the ultra late game. Especially when they've got this amount of gold to work with. Bombars now start to move in. He could snipe Landbox. We've got what? Yeah, Fort Huntress is pretty deep. But actually just getting rid of the Fulani is huge here. Your opponent's trying to flood meat. And you're just now taking away the biggest boon to his food economy. I don't know, guys. I think Sassy's still in this. It's 22 hand cannoneers. And what? Vuvovan's building archers right now. He can't really afford gunners. It's going to be a dive. Maybe a little bit earlier than necessary. Keep isn't going to last much longer, though. Triple Bombard's going to guarantee that. The Fulani also being torched down just to deny the extra equity from this. Mangoes are going to be pushed back by the Corvoran. He's only 2 gunners, 11 archers, and everything else is melee. Dude, I think Sassy's got this. As long as Beastie doesn't interfere, Sassy's getting the kill. Do camels scare elephants? Yes. If you set them on fire, elephants are scared of them. Historically, that's been proven in real life, which is grim to think about. But yeah, in-game, it doesn't work. Camelonese only works against cavalry of a horse type. So what's Beastie up to? He's saving for a wonder. Guys, like, Beastie's not building an army. He's gone 218 economy. This is classic Beastie. Dive comes in. King has shifted over to the Fort of the Huntress, but you're not going to be safe, mate. And you can't run, right? It's Desert Raiders. If he sees you running, if he scans for it, he's going to run past. Sassy. He didn't quite glimpse the King. Beastie has the scout hit. I mean, it's only scouts, right? You're not going to get the kill that way. However, that's Landmark's dead. That's it. Vuvovan. All right, this is kind of toxic, though. Bro. Guys, there's a reason he's doing this. If Sassy doesn't scout for him, Sass has to fight with a 50 pop disadvantage. Yes, Sass! Yes! Timing perfect there. He knows where he's heading. Down to the corner. Elimination comes in, and he knows exactly where that plus 50 pop is. My, oh my, what a read. So now, Sassy, he needs to get some units together to head over. He knows the King is here. Just needs to go claim it. This game, this series, this group is not decided yet, folks. Because if Sass gets the kill on Beastie, he will be rewarded 4 points, meaning he will beat Vuvovan by 1 point to qualify for the playoffs of Warlords. The Spearman. There we go. Claim your reward, King. Wait, what? The snakiest of ideas that... So if you're wondering why was Vuvovan doing this, because this way Beastie can easily beat Sassy with population advantage. Vuvovan understood this based on the point format, that he wants to hide his King so he doesn't feed over 50 pop to make it a balanced fight. Locked out there. Sassy was patient. That was beautifully done. He waited to use the scan until he knew he would kill the landmark. Now, folks, we have a one-on-one. Beastie needs to start building an army ASAP. He's got 8 of the Elephant Boys. Oh my dear God, has he been working on the wood. He's setting up a safety net for his King. Wait, is there enough space there for a wonder? It wouldn't be safe. Like, maybe you could do Zebex to defend, but Bombards would snipe you out, right? So it's not the way you'd win. In fact, I think you just go Sacred Sites. Like, why even go after him? You can make Beastie come to you. It's double Sacred Site here. Oh, okay, no, ignore me. Dude, that's such a sucky spawn. Every time you think Sacred Site win condition is viable, you get this. Feels a little bit rough, actually, for Sassy. That would have been a beautiful way to win. Means you don't have to deal with wonder shenanigans. Alright, props to him for that. The teensy-incy tiniest piece of land, and Beastie's hiding on it. And Beastie has 250 pop. They're both on the same population. Beastie's economy looks better. I just don't think it's going to come down to that. I think it's quality of units. Beastie hasn't even started building hand cannons yet. Instead, he's relying on the elephants, but I actually think Mass Spear hand cannoneer from the Ibids beats that. Actually, even Desert Raiders. Remember, Desert Raiders get bonus damage versus cavalry, right? Elephants are cavalry. So you can run in and pinch them. And also, remember, Desert Raiders, they're going to have quite a lot of ranged armor of infantry nearby. +6. Definitely not perfect. You take what you can get. Beastie, he's just prepping the defense at home. Zebex are coming up, guys. Yeah, he's gone for the Wonder. It's such a Beastie maneuver here. So Wonder up, walls are coming in. He's doing exactly what we thought he was going to here. Still, remember, Zebex Culverins can deal with this. The Zebex, Cannon's Culverins can deal with this. Zebex only have 9 tower range. I love how he's left the King here, and then he's just got a Wonder here. SAS would benefit from some full production just for the reinforcement wave after this. Nice thing about playing Irobids, you still get that production rate increase that you get when you play a Bassets, right? It's still the 20% increase. So 53% faster production. These camos are going to be super effective, remember the attack speed increase. Villagers are going to try to torch down some of the siege. Sassy, what's he looking for? The big challenge here is he doesn't know the lay of the lands. He hasn't been to this corner. So he's going to discover there's a water area, and I think he understands what this is going to become. In fact, no, I think Sassy, is he really going for Sacred Sites? Yeah. Okay, so we talked about this as a possibility. Remember, the wonder timer hasn't ticked down low enough yet. In fact, if I check it, because I can't remember, was that the... Yeah, 13 minutes, 31 seconds for Beastie. So if you're quick enough, this works. Love the fact he's also going back for the extra tech up. We're deep enough in the game. And this is a cool idea. Advisors, the Atabegs in the late game. When you are pop capped, you need to be efficient with your population. 20% more health is how you do that. Ray's going to move in. So Keep will get cleared here. BC not able to wall in quick enough. He needs a Dervish on the way. Love that. Sassy just builds the mosque over here because I don't think he's got a Dervish nearby. Just needs to queue one up. Needs to remember to do that. And then we're good to go. Well, oh, hello. Beastie. Whoops. Well, that wasn't the plan. Back to work we go, though. He's like, I don't care about anything but the gold. Nice little purge going on there. Sacred Site now is going to be capped. There we go. Dervish coming. So many relics. I think maybe Sassy's, like, that's going to be the 7th, unless he's got extra on top of that. So 7 relic gaming, not bad. And yes, Atabegs do indeed work on siege. They work on anything but docks. It even tells you on the tooltip here for you. There you go. Any military production building except docks. Elephants come to play. Whoa! All right, time to find out what's better, camel or elephant. Swords are out. He's trying to get in range. Remember, that's how you get the bonus damage. Hand cannon is a rinse in this fight, though. Turns out, sticking a hand cannon on an elephant's back is more aesthetic than practical. Army gets wide. Beastie, he tried to kite this out because he needs to get towards the Sacred Site to get the blocker. Remember, the Wonder Tracker is still not a point where he can beat a Sacred Site victory. Does at least deny the first Dervish. New one is on the way, though. And I think we are on the verge of a GG here. I mean, what's Beastie got in the bank? I guess he could go for another wave, but if elephants weren't going to work, what will? I mean, you could go for a hand cannon wave yourself. That's a really interesting dynamic because you do have an edge there. It's a 20% attack speed buff versus a 20% damage buff, but that damage buff is locked behind killing units. Conga Line continues. I mean, Beastie could technically sneak in for maybe the central Sacred Site. Actually, no. Credit to him. Sassy left a group there. Double keep as well. There's not really many options for Beastie then. Yeah, this is over, guys. I think Beastie is going to probably have issues reproducing an army quick enough. Keeps are also a big problem now. Like, triple keep, diving this is not easy. And Beastie doesn't... I mean, you can't rely on elephants to break. He has got 7 bombards, so maybe. You could try to, like, transport ship creep and snipe and get away. But I'm just seeing a Congo line here from Sassy. He's at 152 military. And they are all over here. More walls coming up. So the whole idea of, like, going after Sassy's king is good in theory until you remember he's got stone walls. And elephants aren't really known for being that quick. Exclamation mark tournament, by the way. We'll get you the details on this one. Wonder has 9.5 minutes left. It's not going to work. Sacred Sites are locked in. Sassy's got this. As long as he reads the rotation correctly, he doesn't get caught out of position by Beastie, there's no decap opportunity. I mean, Beastie, what have we got here? The other big problem is, like, he's got these Zebex. Yeah, he realizes it. Remember, Zebex are expensive. They're 5 population each. So that was kind of locking him in. Mass Mango Spring seems to be the call. In fairness, I mean, this many bombards? Surely gonna get some shots out. Well. It looks like we're going to get 2 Europeans moving forward from Group D, folks. Remember, this was the kill that mattered. This is the detail that mattered. Vuvo Van going down. And props for BC for just getting out of the way. He's like, okay, dude, you know what? Like, I'm qualified. It doesn't matter. Like, for me, Beastie says, Vuvo Van, Sassy, you two figure it out. And that's what mattered. Had Vuvo Van got the kill on Sass and then died to Beastie, doesn't matter, he qualifies. But now Sassy's sitting on 1 point. He gets the win based on a Sacred Site victory. That's plus 4 points, and that puts him 1 ahead for Vuvo Van to qualify in 2nd place. Wait a second. Wait, no. Sassy sees it. He sees him. Okay, this is really important. Sassy needs to just run away with the king somewhere else. Or he's going to go for the kill. This is a landmark race. Remember, you can't run away with the king. It's the landmarks that matter here. Oh, man. Beastie. He wants 3 wins in the group stage. I think Sassy's realizing he might not have enough time here. He doesn't know where the landmarks are. And one of them is hidden behind a wall and triple keeps. Beastie marching deeper. Sassy needs landmarks now. What's going on? What's going on? Sassy, no. This is extra torch damage. You need everything right now. Marches in. Clears the way for the bombards. Siege follow-up now hitting into it. But Beastie has snuck in. Elephants and Mass Siege. CGQE in his final form here. I can't believe this. Sass, he's like, okay, I think I've got it. I've done it. Not today. Siege gets behind the wall line here. Only 1 landmark down. 2nd one now being targeted, but he's griefing his own attack here. Bombard's body blocking. And now, the killing blow on the way. Mango defense coming in from Sassy, but he needs to deploy them. He's getting distracted right now. Sass, can he do this? It's 2 landmarks down. An equal fight. They both have 2 landmarks left. Admittedly, one of Sassy's is incredibly tanky. Stack the wall of lows. Anka the Elephant's going to dive in. Nice to know there. He's going deeper, though. The king! No! Sassy loses track! And Beastie crushes his hopes. Vuvo Van will be going to the playoffs. Beastie makes it an insane score of 22 points of a possible 30 in the group stage. He will be 1st place for Group D. And Sassy thrown into a pit of despair here, not able to provide the upset. Vuvo Van from Vietnam will go through to the playoffs of War of Lords. Oh, sheesh. A bittersweet ending there. Well, congrats to Beastie for his 23... Sorry, was it 23? I must have missed one. Not 22. 23-point finish. Jesus. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I'm checking with them now. So their official scoreboard has BC listed as 23. It's definitely 22. And GG Sassy. Unfortunate the way that played out. The compliment you can take from that is that Beastie saw you as a bigger threat than Vuvo Van. But yeah, there was some dubious things happening there. It's kind of unfortunate. No, there wasn't anything totally clearly egregious, but it is kind of rough. I think the remakes are the biggest thing that's rubbing me up there. I didn't like the way that played out. I think someone was taking advantage of that. Alright, yeah, I just corrected them because they were showing a scoreboard with the wrong score. GG though. In fairness, Sassy, I think it's their first tournament, and this is always a learning process for people when they first start doing tournaments, right? Like, I remember talking to Cal about this, like running a LAN for the first time and a lot of things that they don't know. They've at least been receptive to the issues and trying to now resolve them. And they will have a rule set in place. I know it doesn't change the outcome for you, but it does mean there shouldn't be these shenanigans in the future. Yeah, I know, Sassy. I addressed it as well. That's why they made sure that wasn't random civs again. And they know that moving forward. That one, I'll bluntly say that there shouldn't have been an issue with that to begin with, because I'm pretty sure that was in their rulebook that you have to pick the same civs. But I'd say they're at least learning. But commiserations, bud. An admirable effort. Just unfortunate the Musafadi swarm yoinked away 2 kills that looked like they were going your way. The problem to a certain degree, Sassy, is like with these tournaments, there's always going to be an air of speculation, right? And I think like unless you're very confident and you don't mind upsetting people and crack a few eggs, what I'm trying to get to is it takes a lot of that of confidence to do that, if you know what I mean. Like, for example, if you're not a regular admin or a regular ref, just basically knowing you're going to upset a player. I think when people start doing admin in the first place, their instinct is to try and take the path of least resistance, even if it's not the right call. And what I mean by that is, like, think about with the Beastie versus Wham remake, you were on board with me that it's a high enough chance of Wham winning that it should not be a remake. I think you said like 90-10 at the time. I said 80-20, right? But there were still people like, oh, that should still be a remake, right? So it's like, it's, you know, think about how many people in that situation would have just said the remake because they would have thought that that's the calmer choice. It's definitely, when you're in grey territory, which you have so much grey territory in free-for-alls, it's unavoidable. It takes a lot of confidence and a lot of experience hosting free-for-all tournaments, which no one really has, to like make those very hard calls. I think they'll learn from this. Like, this has not been a perfect tournament. I do think some things they definitely got right. Like, I 100% like their scoring format. I think their scoring format was really good. But I think they'll know that they need to be a lot more thorough with the rulebook. Because the reality is, like, it's a player's prerogative to find loopholes. I mean, to be fair, I mean, so Sassy, you're saying about Drongo, but like we already went over this. With Outback Octagon, everyone was colluding anyway. Well, not everyone, but there were players colluding. Like I said, I'm not going to say who. I mean, actually, 1 or 2 of them said it publicly. But they were getting messaged by like 4 different people in their lobby saying, do you want a team? Which was against the rules. Like, this is the thing. Whenever you have a free-for-all format, it's going to work that way, right? Like, people are going to find that collusion element. That's why I'm saying, like, a lot of these different free-for-all environments could learn from the likes of Apex Legends and finding systems that work like that. Like, what Apex Legends does so well is the match point format means that anyone could still win. There's nothing like sending it and intentionally feeding or whatever, right? Like, for example, do you remember that Fortnite tournament where those kids were fighting? Because one of the players that could not win basically sent it on a player that was still in contention. And that started a fight. So, like, this is always the awkward issue when you have multi-team game modes, is you need a very, very specific, rigid formatting. Preferably one that makes everyone feel like they can still win. Yeah. Like I said, hopefully they learn. I mean, more tournaments is always a good thing. I mean, my personal take, I don't agree with the way the remakes were handled in that game. But what I will say, in defense of Clearman and the people who admined it, I put the feedback across to them. They changed the rules. Sad it couldn't have been there in time, but what I will say of the people organizing War of Lords is that they have responded to feedback, clearly. And yeah, Clearman will learn, right? Like, everyone learns. Like, anyone who thinks anyone's first event was clean, perfect, whatever, you're wrong. I've never seen someone run an event and it'd be their first experience running an event and it went perfect. Right? I'm trying to remember, like, all the issues that I've probably, like, compartmentalized them because I just don't do them now. I know we had issues when we ran the first Race to World First for Diablo 4. I think we had some issues around, like, that screwed our show a little bit around narratives being written and then, like, permission for stream being pulled because a certain particular streamer didn't like one of the people we worked with, and he basically bullied his party partner into pulling POV permission, even though we had it from him. So we respected the guy and pulled the permission, but we were getting flooded with hate, and we had to address that, right? Even though we hadn't broken any rules, we got permission to show it. It's just genuinely a big, giant of a streamer bullied one of his teammates into pulling the permission he gave us. So, like, that was an issue we had to deal with on our first event. And had we done the due diligence and checked the backgrounds and understood that that guy had beef, we could have maybe avoided it, right? Like, everyone has always had an issue. EGC's events were nowhere near perfect when they started. They were, I think Pesty will agree, they were a mess in a lot of ways. They've done some things well, some things terribly. And it's always going to be the case. It'll be the case with people starting up in Stormgate as well. What matters is not if you've done a perfect event straight away, it's do you address the issues. So my perspective on it is that they're at least addressing the issues. And they're responsive to, like, the issues. And we'll see if that holds and that tracks. Because we have got the playoffs happening on the 20th to the 22nd. That's right, folks. So more Age of Empires 4 action to come in the free-for-all tournaments. There is going to be 6 games playing out across 3 different days. You'll be able to get the official English coverage here on my channel. It should be the same start time as it has been each of these group stage days. We will be covering those as well. But reminder, we have got the Custom Civ tournament coming Saturday and Sunday of this week. Right here. This bad boy, Ascending Kingdoms. It's going to be me and Lidicor live on this channel, providing commentary across the action. We've got a lot of known names here. Puppy Paw, Beastie, B, Corvinus, CSO, Dragavan, Elyona, Gully Deckle, Kazi Johan, Louis MT, Matisse, MSNDK, Myriad, Sassy, Stay Frosty, and Wham01. 16 top players duking it out in a single elim best-of-3 format through to a best-of-5 grand finals, where they can only use the custom civs that have been created by this crew of lads here, Lamette, Hosen, Chile, and Ephemia. That is the Scandinavians, the Persians, the Vietnamese, and finally the Polish. I should probably, like, learn more about them because they've actually changed since I last looked at them. But maybe we treat it as like a discovery thing as well. In terms of series we're going to be casting, we've got a few lined up already. I'll let you know if the schedule changes, but currently it's looking like we will be watching. If I quickly just pull it up. Corvinus versus Dragavan, and then the winner, let's see, the winner of Louis MT and Kazi Johan versus Wham and Myriad, and then we'll continue through the semifinals. So basically all the games on the 17th, except grand finals, that will be on the 18th. So be sure to check that out. Also, be sure to check out our sponsor, AMD. They've been backing us, they believe in us, they believe in you guys, and they want to give you some good deals. So they've partnered up with Scan. Scan have an insanely good deal going right now where if you buy an AMD product, you get bare minimum 2 games. If it's a GPU, you get 4 games. And some of those GPUs, by the way, like this 7700 XT, down here, you can get your hands on a 7700 XT for about, I think it's £400. Boom. £400 and you get £200 worth of games. Pretty good deal if you want to get yourself some new tiles. Some of them are brand spanking new, not even out yet, like Warhammer Space Marine, as well as Unknown 9 Awakening. This game, I can highly recommend. It looks sick. I will be playing it later this year. But you can then also get your hands on either Avatar, Starfield, Liza P, or Company of Heroes. So if you guys want to check that out, be sure to do this, !AMD, or click the panel down below to have a ganders. Definitely recommend at least going and having a look across the website to see what you think. I'll even drop it in here for the YouTubers to make your life easier. Big shout out to everyone who has joined us, both on Twitch and YouTube, to watch this. Been an absolute pleasure to be able to provide the entertainment coverage of these games, and look forward to the playoffs. And really big shout out to Clearman for, you know, bringing $1,000 together to make this event happen. But YouTube side, gonna love you, believe you now, and then I'm gonna round out on the Twitch and find someone to raid. Remember, guys, back here Saturday. Should be, I'd say, compared to how the time we started today, I think we're going to begin about 2 hours later. I will definitely confirm that, though. Join my Discord if you haven't to get up to date on that. The latest info will be dropped there. !Discord for that. But we're either going to start at 2 hours later than we started today, or around the same time, I think, is the goal. So tune in on Saturday and Sunday if you want to see some custom civs played in a competitive setting by some of the best players in the game. But that's going to be it on the YouTube.